Change begins with me. I know who I am. I'm the light in the darkness. I will shine so bright. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright. Get up and do something. Put a smile on someone's face. Show up and make a difference. The world waits for you. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright. Yadala, yadala, yeah. 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 Ngizokukanyisa, I will shine so bright. Ngizokukanyisa, I will shine so bright. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright. I will shine, shine, shine. I will shine so bright.
All right, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all our partners, all our colleagues, all our friends, all our schools. My name is Nkosinathi Mahlangu. I will be your program director for the day. And hey, it is the 2021 YCAP National Finals. Yes, we are on virtual platforms. This is how life is going for the past couple of months. And we have mastered this platform. I mean, I see all their names, all the faces, everyone, get up and ready to, to get going. As we know, we're here to celebrate the success of all the participating schools. And by virtue of you guys being here, you are all already winners. So we're looking forward to a fun-filled day, educational, and it's a way to connect and reconnect with our peers and look at what our scholars did throughout the process of this competition. So once again, congratulations for making it this far. You are definitely a bunch of winners. So before I go any further, I would like to, do the first things first. I hope you can all hear me. If you can hear me, just wave or show a thumbs up on screen if you have that feature on your screen, so that I know that I'm not talking to myself. I know that there's people on the other side of the screen. Okay, I see the hands are risen, the hands are up, I see videos, I see movement, and I see comments on the chat function. This definitely confirms that I'm not talking to myself, because that would have meant that I'm going a little bit crazy if I'm talking to myself. So yeah, for me, this is year number 5, being part of the YCAP family. And Amanda and the team, they've given me this opportunity again to connect with you. They've made sure that I'm well sanitized, I'm socially distanced. As you can see, I'm far away from you guys. And yeah, we're keeping it, YCAP style in making sure that education is the winner at the end of the day. All right, before we go any further with our program, I'd like to do the right thing by calling up the elders, so that they can, address us. And by the elders, I'm reaching out to the Director, Social Cohesion and Equity in the Department of Basic Education. This is none other than Mr. Liko Bottoman. Mr. Lito Bottoman will give us the opening address, and then I will be back. Over to Lito Bottoman.
Good day. I'd like to welcome everybody to these national finals of the Youth Citizens Action Program. We're very grateful to Empowervate for holding our hand and for pushing really hard for this event to take place today. It never would have taken place because of the circumstances that surround us, those circumstances that pertain to the situation of COVID-19 in our country. But we're very grateful that Empowervate really pushes on these activities to take place so that young people do receive continuous opportunity for them to participate in engagements and dialogue on issues that affect them. I'm aware that many of the young people that will be making presentations today have done presentations on certain issues, social issues that affect young people today. For example, issues such as COVID-19, GBV, mental health issues, environmental issues, saving water, issues around unemployment, and utilization of libraries. All of those issues are issues that we really would like young people to talk about so that they can then give us an idea of how we can then support them to bring about change and resolution on some of those issues. I am aware that, for example, we've had more than 200 schools that have indicated that they want to participate. We've had more than 700 entries that we've received, which amounted up to just over 2,800 learners that are affected or that are participating. However, I realize that there is just on the margins of 50 submissions that have been made this year. Okay, there are a lot of other things that have come to play that we just need to work on as the national department and the provincial education departments. I'm also very grateful to the provincial education departments that have taken participation into this program. We know that it is not easy, especially because you get pulled in many different directions because of the COVID-19 situation. But you've managed to identify schools and learners to participate, and you've supported with everything that you have, sometimes with zero budget, to just make sure that there is participation among your learners in this event today. It is the 16th of December. It is supposed to be a public holiday, but here you are giving yourselves to the great cause of the Youth Citizens Action Program. And for that reason, we really would like to say thanks, and we hope that the next 4 hours are going to be fruitful for you, and that others who are drawn to the platform to watch what we do may be encouraged to participate in 2022. I wish you all the best for the rest of the session today, and we hope for a greater and better 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Mr. Liko Bottoman, Director of Social Cohesion and Equity in the Department of Basic Education. And the important thing that, Mr. Bottoman reminded us of is that today it is 16th of December, the day of reconciliation. And this day is actually, aimed at, fostering tolerance, reconciliation, and working together, as a country. We know that the unity is one of the things that we are so proud of as South Africans. And here we are on the day of the National Virtual Finals for YCAP, December 16th, and we are here. We are united on this day of reconciliation. I mean, hey, it couldn't be any perfect than this. Speaking of perfect, though, I would like to also, welcome our, Empowervate founder and CEO, the Magic Lady. That's how I refer to her, and she is definitely going to give us, the address, introduce the judges, share the rules with us, the plan for the day as well. And this is none other than Amanda Blankenfeld-Kosef. This is the supernatural lady, and this is the lady with the superpowers, and she is the glue that keeps this wonderful program together. And hey, Amanda, welcome. Good morning. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Nati, and thanks for your 5 years of being the most amazing program director. We really love your energy, and we love the way that you hold everything together. You are glue. And I see you wearing the glasses today, because I know we always make jokes about shining and glasses. So I'm sure more jokes will be coming our way. So thank you everyone and welcome to the YCAP National Virtual Finals 2021. I'm so excited to be here. Despite all the challenges that we faced over this year with COVID and with all of our school timetables being messed up because of COVID, we managed to get to this point, and I think all of you deserve a round of applause for making it happen. So well done to you. And also I'd like to just go through a couple of slides here just to give you more background on what we're doing today, the program of the day, as well as our partners and our friends and supporters. So obviously we mentioned the Day of Reconciliation. I think it's quite apt that we decided to have YCAP on this day because it is a very important day. It's a day that really signifies the move towards positivity and hope and social cohesion and nation building and all of the things that YCAP stands for. That all started today, the Day of Reconciliation. That's when things started to move in the right direction and go towards the light. So that is, an important day. I know one of the topics that we had was national days and anniversaries. So here is one of the national days and anniversaries, the Day of Reconciliation. So well done to everyone for being here and making this happen on the Day of Reconciliation. So our major partners, obviously Empowervate, the Department of Basic Education, and DSV, our major partners. Our sponsors, DSV, the Boston City Campus and Business College, Artisan Training Foundation, the Voice Clinic, and a new sponsor that joined today, the IIA, which you will learn about more a bit later on. So that's an exciting addition. And then the program of the day. So obviously we just started 9:30, and Nkosi introduced our address by Mr. Liko Botterman, the Director of Social Cohesion and Equity in Education from the Department of Basic Education. We are now having the welcome address by me, Amanda Blankfield-Kossef, the Empowervate founder and CEO. And then after that, we will be doing the anthem and preamble. Then we will do a workshop by Nikki Seberini called Making Friends with Your Reality. Some of you will remember Nikki. We have had her speak before, last year and the year before, and her talks are really amazing, so don't miss that one. Then the introduction of the teams. Then we've added in a 10-minute comfort break because we realized 4 hours is a bit long to sit there and not have any time to go and get a glass of water, go to the bathroom, whatever else you want to do. So 10 minutes, but strictly 10 minutes comfort break. And then we will start with our presentations by the finalists, which will be video presentations, and then there'll be Q&A from the adjudicators for each finalist. And then straight after that, we'll have messages from our 2020 YCAP National Champions. We also had an online event for 2020. And then we'll have the Change Agent for Sustainability Award winner. And then we'll have the singing of the national anthem again, because we loved the videos that we got from both schools, so we're playing both. And then we've got the general adjudicators' remarks, and we'll do a screenshot photo of everyone, so make sure that you're looking pretty. And then we'll have the results announcement and finish up by 1:30. So those are the 4 hours of our next part of our lives. Those 4 hours will be done in this way. And then just to go through who our partners are, the Department of Basic Education and the Youth Citizens Action Program, YCAP, have been partnering on this program for 12 years. So a round of applause, 12 years of our partnership. And while the department is basically concerned with matters pertaining to cognition, the department really is wants to develop social cohesion and positive values and people that are contributing members of society. That's what we're looking for, in our country, and that's what the Department of Education is working towards. So we are working together on that, and we will strengthen our partnership in the future. So thank you to Mr. Liko Botterman for being there and putting your video in our program and just always being so supportive of us. And thank you to all the provincial coordinators, all of the district coordinators, and our team at National for making this a really brilliant partnership. We look forward to many, many more years together. There's Mr. Botterman again. And then Empowervate. So Empowervate is a registered youth development organization. It's an NPO, PBO, and BE level 1. And our vision is to empower and motivate the next generation of young people to be active and responsible citizens with strong values, morals, and people who want to make a difference in the world. And basically, we have a team of 3 trustees. This is Pamela, Ashad, and myself. And then we also have an advisory non-executive board. These are the 9 members that joined last year. So they are new, and we're very excited. I know Sylvia is joining us today. She is the chairperson, so welcome to them. And then DSV is our major sponsor. They merged with UTI in 2016 and became our funders from 2014. So they are a transport and logistics services organization, and they have offices all around the world. So we're really, really lucky to have them as our supporters. We value their partnership, we value their excitement, and this message from Bianca Hustler, the phenomenal submissions received this year is testament to the impact that YCAP has made on our youth, guiding them with the tools and skills needed and providing our learners with the opportunity to showcase their creative projects and become active citizens in their communities. We are proud to have partnered with YCAP and believe in the positive impact that this program provides to learners across South Africa. So thank you, DSV, and we look forward to your continued support. Then the hashtags for our social media competition. We've got a competition every year where people who post the most on our social media about the program, about, take some screenshots, put some words together, use some of these hashtags, hashtag youth empowerment, also hashtag YCAP 2021, hashtag youth development, active citizens, youth education, helping others, make a difference, youth skills, COVID-19 SA, non-profit, donate, or empowervate. You can choose some of those hashtags as long as it has hashtag YCAP 2021, and then we'll find it. So I think that's the main one. Unfortunately, it came off this list for some reason. But remember hashtag YCAP 2021, and we will tell you at the end of today who are the winners of our social media competition. You can use any of the social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever you want to use. And then just to introduce our MC, Nkosanathi Mahlangu. He has been the CSR practitioner at Momentum for over 10 years in the CSR space. He comes from an IT background. He has a passion for development, youth, and an inclusive society. And he is also an MC for various events. And he also does voiceover recordings for numerous multimedia and radio campaigns. And as he mentioned, he's been our MC for the last 5 years. And we look forward to the next 45 years, maybe 46. Okay, so we had adjudication rounds that were online, and the first round of semi-finalist adjudicators are on this list. I'm just going to say their first names so they know who they are. And Zuet, Mbali, Darrell, Bianca, Catherine, Diane, Madia, Jennifer, Zahira, Lolofefe, Tolani, Amanda, that's me, Shadi, Katie, Wandile, Nicole, and Gugu. All of them were first and second and semi-final round adjudicators. And then the video presentations and Q&A coaches, remember we had the workshops at the end of November. Those were Max, Jody, Jonathan, Cheryl, Greg, David, Shani, Justin, Amanda, another Amanda, and Zuet, Mbali, Natalie, Genevieve, and Monique. So we had quite a lot of people helping this year, which was awesome. And there's some positive messages from our coaches who are new to YCAP. And I think it's quite important to know that YCAP is making such an impact, and people who are new to the program are seeing that. The first one was from Natalie from KPMG. She said, "Thank you for the lovely opportunity to be part of this wonderful initiative. It's amazing what these children are doing and achieving. What a wonderful program. If I can support it any other way this year or next, please let me know. Wishing the finalists all the very best." Then we've got from Greg, "I enjoyed being a small part of the YCAP program. I'm happy to be part of things next year. You have a wonderful organization and I'm delighted to be involved further." Then Max Price, who's actually the ex-chancellor of UCT, he said, "I enjoyed being part of the coaching process, and it seems from the brief exposure I've had with a marvelous project. I would be happy to be a coach again next year if you choose to invite me again." And then from Monique Rissen-Harrisburg, who is the founder and CEO of the Voice Clinic, she said, "What a pleasure it was being part of this exciting program. Thank you for including us." So those are some positive messages. And then now to today, we have our national finals adjudicators, and all of these adjudicators have adjudicated in the past, many for more than 3 years, some for more than 5 years, and some from the beginning, 12 years. Jennifer has been there from the beginning, 12 years. So we're very excited to have them all. Katie Andrews, Kolani Sampis, Jennifer Charlton, Julius Majapelo, and Mbalenhle Mgluli. So just a little background, Katie's from Velcom. She studied at RA, which is now UJ. She has done so many different things in her career, including wedding planning, decor and design, telecommunications, and she's also worked as the head of fundraising communications for NOAA. And she also started ENZA in 2015, working with the corporate sector to utilize their core skills for social change and enabling nonprofits to operate more effectively and efficiently. And her purpose is defined by her love for humanity and the desire to achieve impactful social change. So she's been an adjudicator since 2015, and she assists with marketing and communications where possible through the FCB Foundation, which is now Nahana Foundation. So we thank Katie for her wonderful support and her care and love for our program. Thank you, Katie. Julius Mojapelo is a business leader, thought leader, motivational speaker, and seasoned training facilitator in the areas of governance, reporting, and assurance. So he's an auditor and he used to work at SICA, and now he is running IIA, which you'll hear about more. And he's also been he's been doing the YCAP adjudicating since 2014. So thank you, Julius. Olani is a child and youth development manager at Africa Tikkun, and that's where YCAP was started. 12 years ago. We were there for 4 years, being incubated at Africa Tikkun, and that's how we know each other. And he has been working with the community in youth development for over a decade. He serves as a chairperson on Aspire to Grow, and he has been working with YCAP since 2010, and he's really one of the most amazing people. You must get to chat to him one day and you'll be inspired. Jennifer Charlton, as I said, she's been there from the beginning, working with us from when YCAP started 12 years ago. She has been working in the communications industry for 31 years. She worked at SABC. She worked with Trevor Manuel. She's got such an amazing CV. And she also runs her husband's psychology practice and has 2 children. And she is just an amazing person. You should chat to her as well. Thank you, Jennifer. And then Mbali started her career in the marketing space in IMM Graduate Institute and Discovery. She also worked at JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank, which is where we met when Deutsche Bank was our funder for 10 years. And she has been supporting us since then. She's been an adjudicator for many years, and she has been helping us wherever she can. She's just so passionate about YCAP. Thank you, Mbali. Okay, so the schools that we have today in the finals, we have 15 in the junior, intermediate, and senior category. There they are. We will be going through this list just now. I'm sure Nkosanathi will be involved in that. But just let's give them a round of applause for making it to this point. We're really, really proud of them and the quality that they've given us this year, despite all the challenges. Okay, so yeah, that is the end of my part of the speech. I'll now hand over to Nkosanathi to continue. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Amanda. And that was the welcoming address from Amanda. And when she said, I will be here for the next 45 years, it goes to show that once you come into the YCAP family, you're here to stay. And the fact that we're working with young people through the schools across the country, it helps to keep us young. So in 45 years' time, we will be connecting like this with schools and learners and teachers. And we promise that we won't go any older, and we will remain this energetic, this committed, and making sure that we deliver an exciting YCAP program throughout the calendar. And yes, thank you once again for the opportunity. It is an absolute pleasure, and it is a privilege for me to be part of this wonderful initiative, especially in a country where we are very much happy and proud to work with our youth, because we know that the youth is definitely the future. All right, and now in terms of the national anthem and the preamble of the Constitution of South Africa, this will be led by Intsebenzwentle School. And of course, because we can sing along, we know the words, we can also, sing from where we are, because we are YCAP idols anyway, and we are talented like that. So thanks to the Intsebenzwentle Primary School for leading us on this rendition of the national anthem and the preamble of the Constitution of South Africa. Over to you.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika, maluphakanyisa uphondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu, ufedise lintsali matsenye, usibuluke sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Ediplom van ons heme, editite van ons sin. Voor ons die weggeperfd, want die kranse antwoord vie. Soms ik call to shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
We, the people of South Africa, we recognize the injustices of our past. We honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land.
We respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. We believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
United in our diversity, heal the divisions of the past.
Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free potential of each person. May God protect our people.
Sigelele Africa. God bless Africa.
Sigelele Africa, malupakanyiso pondolayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sigelela thina lusapho lwayo.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much to the Insebenzo Primary School, hailing from KZN. Beautiful voices there, beautiful talent, and of course, the preamble of the Constitution of South Africa. This is a reminder of where we are, who we are as South Africans, and it is definitely a proud moment for all of us. And we pride ourselves, as this unified and happy nation. And the Insebenzo learners have just, reminded us of how special we are as a country. And of course, working with young people is very, very important, as you can tell that there is talent in abundance. And thanks to the teachers and everyone who helped put that together. One thing that I like about today's, finals is that we are still on track in as far as time is concerned, which means so far, so good. So we're gonna make sure that we're keeping it that way so that at least by 1:30 we will be done, and then you can go and have your victory dance, celebrate, hug your aunties and your teachers, and just go take a breather and enjoy this day of reconciliation. All right, speaking of enjoyment, it's all about making friends. And we have a speaker, none other than Nikki Sabarini. Nikki will be giving us the Making Friends with Your Reality. So without further ado, let's hand over to Nikki.
Well, thank you. And it's wonderful to be with you. And what a beautiful rendition that was. I felt it right to the core of me. And it's such an honor to be here with you all today on the Day of Reconciliation. I want to thank Amanda for inviting me once again. I don't know about the next 45 years. She may not want me for the next 45 years, but I'm available. And as I said, it is such a privilege to be with you. So, wow. Today I'm talking about something I'm very, very passionate about. And I'm hoping that you, and especially the learners watching today, are going to get something out of this bit of a workshop session that I'm going to be doing with you, because I wish that I knew this very important truth when I was younger. Because I think that if we all understand this very important truth, we become the designers and the creators of our lives, of our realities. So I'm not going to talk in symbols anymore. Let's get right to it. Now, somebody a while ago sent me this video, and I'd like to share this video with you. And let's see what your thoughts are, and let's see if it impacts you the way it impacted me. So let's play this video. I hope you can all hear it okay.
Se déhanche, s'avance penche, rousse, provocante, elle te mate, elle te vampe, toi tu sais déjà qu'il n'y aura plus qu'elle, son corps, sa voix, qui t'ensorcelle. Tu ne vois pas qu'elle t'épie, qu'elle te guette, quand avec d'autres, elle rit aux éclats. Fatale, elle se pâme, ta larme te désarme, s'appuie sur ton épaule.
Well, there it is. And I remember the first time I watched this video, I was overwhelmed by the sheer artistry of the photography. I mean, isn't it absolutely magnificent the way these images are caught and you have these beautiful pictures of these women dancing? But the reason I'm sharing this video with you today is not because I want to discuss photography and the beautiful artistry. I want to point something out to you. That end picture that you got to see, that end beautiful picture, perfectly lit picture, put through filters with the lighting and the makeup and the lady holding the dress as the dress expands, the picture's taken. That end image you see is an illusion. It's not real. And what do I mean when I say it's an illusion? It means that whatever you are seeing has been distorted and changed and altered. It's not the actual reality. So remember when you watched the video, and I'm going to show it to you again, bits of it again, you saw the entire room. You saw the photographer, you saw the lady holding the dress or blowing the fan, you saw the cracked floors, you saw the lighting. That is reality. That is life. That end little snippet is the illusion. We are experiencing all of those dances through a lens. So let me show it to you again. So you can look at it now in terms of what is real and then what is the illusion. And you may be wondering, why? I'll get to it. So just look at it in terms of reality and then look at it again in terms of the illusion. Right, let's have another look at it. Let me see if I can get to the next slide.
Elle se déhanche, s'avance, se penche, rousse, provocante, elle te mate, elle te vampe, toi.
Okay, so I'm not going to show you any more of it because you've seen that video. But what I would like to focus on here, as I said a little bit earlier, is the fact that you've got the reality, the full room, you've got the photography, you've got the lady, you've got the lighting, and then you've got that end picture, which is the illusion. It is not real. It is the lens through we're experiencing the photographer's lens, and that's how we experience these dances. Now, why would this be relevant to what I'm talking about today, making friends with your reality? Because I'd like to identify and I would like to clarify how we experience reality, what is real and what is not real. You see, you and I experience our world through a lens. Just like you saw that end image, We were experiencing it through the lens of the photographer. So we have our own inbuilt lenses. I'll give you another example. You can all see me right now. So there is Nikki in front of you. So there is one image of Nikki here. You can hear me, you can see me. Yet each one of you watching me are experiencing me differently. You're not all experiencing me in the same way. Now, what do I mean by this? Do I look different? Are some of you seeing blonde hair and others seeing dark hair? No. Your senses are taking in the same information, right? The senses, what you can see and what you can hear, smell, taste, touch, that information is going into your brain, but something else is happening. The way you process that information relies on your experience, your past experience, what you've been taught, your education, the way you were brought up, your culture, all of that affects the way you experience it. So while you may all see me the same way, you are experiencing me differently. There's one Nikki, me. And however many, there are 41 participants, there are 40, and I'm sure many of you sharing a screen, different versions of me. Why? Because you're experiencing me through your lens. How many people are there in the world? Round about 7.8 billion people in this world. There's one reality. We've got the earth that is rotating. We're moving around the sun. There's one reality. And yet there are 7.8 billion different experiences, different versions of that same reality. So let me see if I can explain it even further with you. Let's see if we can get to the next slide, which I'm seeming to have a problem with. No. Let's get to the next slide. Next slide. There we go. Right, we're back on track. Now, you're looking at your screen. Now, we all know what this object is, this yellow curved object with a hard skin. It's a banana. You know it's a banana, and I know it's a banana. But there's something else happening here, which I want to point out. Now, some of you may be looking at this banana, and you may feel very hungry right now. You may really enjoy bananas. You've always loved bananas. They're a treat. You've got lovely memories of bananas. Others may be thinking, I don't like bananas. Maybe when you were younger, you were forced to eat bananas. Maybe you never liked the taste. Maybe there was one time you had a banana and you felt sick after the banana. The point that I'm making is that your memory and experience of this banana is affecting the way you experience it now when I put up this image for you. So there is a curved yellow object, the banana, and yet we are all experiencing this banana differently. And I'll add another little statement here. You're not experiencing the banana out there. You're experiencing the banana in your own mind. Why? Because there's a yellow curved object out there, but the way I'm experiencing it is in here. My eyes, I can taste it, I can touch it, but that experience all takes place in my brain. When I see the banana, that image of that banana is being processed where? Out there or in my brain? In my brain. When I smell it or taste it, am I smelling or tasting it out there, or am I processing that information in my brain? Do you get that? We're processing everything in here. And as we're processing it in here, what is happening? Our past experience, what we like, what we don't like, things that have happened to us affect the way we experience it. So one banana out there, but different experiences of it because we're only ever experiencing it in here. In other words, reality is perception. So if we go all the way back to the beginning of the photographer There's the reality, this room with people and dogs and cracks on the floor. And then you have that image. That image, we are experiencing life through a lens. Therefore, reality is a perception. It's personal. We are creating our reality. Yes, there's one reality, but the way we're experiencing it is up to us. And what does it boil down to? Boils down to what we're thinking and believing. As I said, did I like bananas? Didn't I? What is my experience? That affects the way I experience that banana. So in other words, we are not cameras. Even though I used that example of a photographer in the beginning, we are not cameras. We are projectors. Now, this is a very big realization. If you get this, this is a gem to take through in your entire life. When you realize you're not a camera, you're a projector. So let me expand. Let me explain what that means. If I'm a camera, it means that whatever is happening out there is affecting me, right? I'm taking in what's out there and I'm reacting to that. I've just spent quite a bit of time explaining to you that that's not how it works. That banana out there, I'm experiencing in here. So what I think and my past experiences and my thoughts about the banana, I am projecting onto it. Do you get that? So I'm not a camera reacting to the banana. I have all my thoughts and feelings and past experiences about the banana, and those thoughts I put onto the banana. It's a good banana or it's a bad banana. It's delicious or it's revolting. That's up to me. So there's the banana, the experience of the banana. I have my thoughts there and I project that. Therefore, I am a projector. I am not a camera. Now, why is this powerful? Why is this powerful? Because in life, if I think that things are coming at me, then I'm always reacting. I'm not the creator. I'm just reacting to everything that's happening. If good things happen, great. If bad things happen, oh, terrible, poor me, it's terrible. I've got to wait for the bad thing to change in order to be okay. But that's not how it works, because I am a projector. And it's my thoughts that are creating this reality out there. The lens through which I project onto my reality, that is up to me. That I get to control. So when we think that another person is making us feel a certain way, or circumstances are challenging and I can't cope, I really want you to stop and think about that. Is it that thing, or is it what I'm thinking and believing it? Is it the person? Is it the circumstance? Or is it what I'm thinking and believing about it that is making me feel and react this way? So in other words, what I'm saying is your thoughts create your reality. I'm going to say it again. Your thoughts create your reality. What is happening up there is creating your experience out there, which means you have the power to create your reality. And in this very short little workshop, and there will be time for questions and answers afterwards, so please write them down. I'll be so happy to answer any questions, but I would like to share a couple of things with you that I'm hoping you can take away with you after this workshop and apply it in your everyday life. Because today, if you didn't understand the concept that you are creating your reality, you're not reacting. Remember, it's what you're thinking and believing. If you can take that forward from today and some of these skills, you are starting to become the creator of your life. And for the learners out there, you are doing extraordinary things. Look at you. You are the youth. Look at the work that you're producing. You are magnificent, beautiful human beings. And now you're going to realize the power that you have. When you go to your mind and you think about, what am I thinking? Oh, can I change this thought? And when you change this thought, that starts to change. And that's so exciting. So we're going to work on changing your words, and we're going to work on questioning your thoughts, because your words are really just what you're thinking said out verbally. Now, words are very powerful. Words become things. As I said, thoughts create your reality. What you are thinking here, you project onto there. So we go to the film that's taking place here, and we work on those thoughts. Now, let me tell you something about thoughts. We all have them, and we have them nonstop. Have you noticed ever how much talking goes on in your mind? The narration, the conversation, do this, don't do that. He said this, they said that, I should, they should, what if, why? Oh, I must remember, oh no, that non-stop. Should I wear this? Shouldn't I wear this? Should I have this? Should I? Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. It's not just you. Everybody has it. So as you're sitting here right now, just relax for a moment. And have you even been aware of breathing? No, of course not. You're breathing right now without even being aware of it. Are you aware that your heart is beating? No, you're sitting here and your heart is dudunk, 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 beating. Well, let me tell you that your mind works the same way. Your mind secretes thoughts. You're not even aware of it. You're not even aware that there's the dialogue, but your mind, just like you are breathing, your mind is secreting thoughts all the time, all the time. And yes, there are times when you are thinking your thoughts, like when you've been working on your projects, when you're having a conversation with a person, when you're working something out, when you're creating, planning, whatever it is, that is when you are actively thinking. But the rest of the time, you are being thought. And what do I mean? Thoughts are just coming into your mind. So I really encourage you to become aware that you're thinking. So notice that there's thinking, and then there's you noticing that there's thinking. There's the noise in your head, and then there's you noticing the noise in your head. And this part of you noticing na 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 is the part that can manage your thoughts. So there's your thoughts. He said, she said, I wish, what happened, why, blah, 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 blah. And then there's you noticing all of this craziness, and this part of you gets to manage this. And we do it through, as I said, the words that we use, and we do it through questioning our thoughts. So let's have a look at a few words that I'm going to share with you, that if you change those words, they start to change you completely. The first phrase is have to. Have to. How many of you say, I have to? I have to study. I have to go to school. I have to go to work. I have to speak to a particular person. I have to cook a meal. I have to. I have to. And how does that feel in your body when you use have to? Doesn't it feel a bit heavy, like, oh, dread? I don't really want to do it. I have to. I have no choice. I have no power. Let me show you how powerful it is when you start to change your words. Change your words. I get to. So I have to study. I get to study. I have to do my work. I get to do my work. I have to exercise. I get to exercise. I have to cook. I get to cook. Just notice the difference in your body Because what you think up here affects the way you feel in your body. Notice that. When you think something, you feel it in your body. So I have no choice. I'm forced to do it. There's a heavy feeling in my body. I get to, all of a sudden, there's a lighter feeling. I start to feel gratitude. In other words, if I say, I get to work, I get to go to school, I get to go to work, it means there's a feeling of, I'm grateful that I have an opportunity to go to school. I'm grateful that there's a school that I can go to. I'm grateful that there are people in my life who send me to school. I'm grateful that I can see and hear and I can go to school. I'm grateful that I have a brain that, do you see the difference? All of a sudden, you're operating from a place of gratitude. Now let me add another word and see how that changes it. And the next word is, I choose to. So it was, I have to. Oh, I get to. I choose to. Power. Now I'm in my power. I'm creating my reality. I choose to go to school. I choose to do my work. I choose to study. I choose to exercise. I choose. I have the power, and feel into that. Feel into that. So really notice how important it is to work on your language, the words, I can't do something. Well, we're going to work on in a moment to question that. Is that true? But for now, we're looking at the have to, get to, choose to. The third word, the fourth word that I want to work on is adding the word yet. Yet. How often do you say to yourself, I can't do something. I can't do maths. I can't work this computer. I can't study this. I can't get on with this person. I can't speak this language properly. I can't. And how does that make you feel? I'd like you to get into the habit of every time you're in a mindset of, I can't, I'm not able to, I don't want to, I'm limited, just add the word yet. I can't work this out yet. I don't understand this. I don't understand this yet. I can't do maths. I can't do maths yet. I can go on and on with examples, but please write this down. Get into the habit of every time you get into that mind of what you can't do, just add the word yet. And again, all of a sudden, what happens is possibilities open up for you. I can't do it. It's closed. My reality is limited. All of a sudden, what I'm thinking here, I'm projecting onto there. I can't do something. So everything that's out there, I can't do it. Life looks bleak. Life looks difficult. Life looks impossible. As soon as I say yet, now I'm projecting something else onto my reality. I'm seeing it through a lens. I'm seeing it through a lens of possibility and ability and power. And now that reality starts to change. Feel into that. And so those are the parts of the words. And then any other words, I'd like you to just really become aware of the kind of words you use. You know, years ago, I always used to say to my husband and to my children, don't forget to do this. Don't forget to take this. Don't forget to ask your teacher. Don't forget. And I realized that very often they were walking away with the word forget. I changed it. From don't forget to remember. Remember to ask your teacher. Remember to take it to work. Remember to do this at school. And so the focus then becomes remember. So going back to the lens, if your mind is filled with forget, that becomes your reality. I am the person who forgets. When you focus on remember, that is the lens, you project that. I am the person who remembers. Your words create your reality. They are powerful. You are the projector. What you are thinking becomes your experience. You can change the way you experience your reality. Now, there's something else I'm going to share with you, which is very, very powerful. And it's just about questioning these ongoing thoughts and especially beliefs that we have. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. And I want to tell you what these questions are. These questions are, they're 4 simple questions. Is it true? And it's just a yes or a no. The second question is, can you really know it's true? And it's just a yes or a no. The third one is, how does it make you feel when you believe this thought? And then the fourth one is, who are you without this thought? Because I'm going to say it, and I know I'm repeating myself, excuse me, and I'm going to continue to repeat myself until it's crystal, crystal clear. What you are thinking here becomes the lens through which you experience out there, because you're not a camera, you are a projector. Therefore, you want to work on the thoughts that are affecting what is out there. Okay, so I've shown you how to change language, a few words, and you'll work on areas where you can work on those few words. But now a very powerful process is inquiry. And this process, these 4 questions, were put together by a wonderful lady called Byron Katie. And this process is called The Work. And after this, if you're interested in this, then I encourage you to go to her website, thework.com, and watch some of her videos. It's very powerful. So going back to questioning, let's say you have a thought about yourself. Now, I'm just using a general thought, whatever it is. I'm a failure. It's there. Or I'm not clever enough. Or I'm stupid. Or nobody loves me. Or nobody likes me. Or I'm not a part of. I'm not good enough. All of these thoughts, these self-limiting beliefs we have about ourselves. And I have to just say that if you are nodding your head because you've had those thoughts, you are not alone. We all have those thoughts. We just have a very good way of hiding them. We change who we are to hide those thoughts that are there. But I'm going to just show you, and we're going to take just that one, I am a failure. So let's hold it up to these 4 questions. Let me show you how it works. So first of all, sit quietly. Do it where you've got time and you can just allow your mind to relax. I am a failure. Is it true? Is it true I'm a failure? That's the first question, just yes or no. And my mind goes to all the areas where I have failed. Yes, it's true. I wouldn't think that if I didn't think it was true. But now you have an opportunity in question 2 to spend a little bit more time with that belief. I am a failure. So really give yes and no equal time. Can I really know that I'm a failure? Can I really know that I'm a failure? And my mind will go to the things and areas where I think I am a failure, but my mind also may go to some areas where I'm not a failure. And so as soon as something else comes up, I can't just say, yes, I'm a failure. Or maybe it still is very strong and the answer is yes, but maybe there's something that comes up there. Can I really know? And there's no right or wrong way of saying it. Maybe it's still yes, I can know I'm a failure, or maybe it's no. It doesn't matter. The answer comes from your heart and it comes from within you. There's no right or wrong. We go to the third question. How does it make you feel? So let me go. How does it make me feel when I think and I believe I'm a failure? It makes me feel very sad. It makes me feel scared. It makes me feel scared to say how I feel or to speak out within a group, or maybe how it makes me feel is I'm very loud because I want to show everyone that actually I'm good, but really I feel like a failure. And you just, whatever happens, whatever comes into your mind, how does it make you feel? And feel it in your body. Or I feel it in my heart, or I feel it in my stomach, or I feel it in my neck. Just notice. This is all you're required to do, is notice what happens when you believe I am a failure. I feel it. But now we're going to the fourth question, which is very, very powerful. Who are you without that thought? Who would I be if I didn't have the thought I'm a failure? So let me go back to with a group of people working a project, or going out with friends, or being with my family, or at work with colleagues. Let me go back to that. Who am I without the thought I am a failure? Without the thought, without the feeling, who am I? I'm free. I'm me. I'm in the moment. They ask me a question, I answer the question. I have a question, I ask a question, because the thought I am a failure is not there. I'm now clear. I am not experiencing my world through the lens. And now we take that thought, I am a failure, and we turn it around. We go to the opposite. I'm a failure, I'm a success. Now let me think of areas in my life where I have been a success. And I sit and I think, oh, well, I was a success here at school, or I was a success when I gave this presentation at work, or I'm a success in the family, or I was a success on the sports. And you start to look for areas where you are a success. And it may even be, I'm a success because I can walk. I'm a success because I can talk. I'm a success because this is who I am. Find where you are a success. And then just go to my thoughts about myself are a failure. It's my thinking that makes me think I'm a failure. Now, this process that I've explained to you, as I said, the work, go to the website, thework.com. If you can start to question those thoughts that stop you from being the wonderful, incredible, beautiful human being that you are, if you can use these questions, you start to clear your mind of I can't, I won't, I shouldn't, he shouldn't, I wish, what if. When you're not operating, all of a sudden you have a clear mind. The lens through which you project your reality is clear, and then you can make friends with this reality out there. You're not fighting with it all the time. You're not waiting for people to change, or for things to get better, or for things to come to an end in order for you to be okay. No, you go to your thought, and when you work on that, you can make friends with your reality. One more thing I want to share with you before we go, before I end off. I don't know how many of you spend a lot of time on Snapchat or Instagram or TikTok or Facebook, and how many of you are left feeling, I'm not good enough. I'm not as beautiful or as rich or as wonderful or as fantastic. They've got such a good life. They've got such an amazing life. I'm not as good. I wish I had it. And you left feeling less than when you watch other people. So let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. Can you see this young, beautiful girl on the beach? Now, the full picture is the reality. That's the actual reality. What you're seeing is a snapshot. Remember, you're seeing it through the lens of a beautiful filter. It's posed. The fact that there are gray clouds and there are children in the background and the sand could be dirty, you don't see that. You see the perfect picture, and you compare yourself to that perfect image. And after what I've explained today, it's not real. It's seen through their lens, and you're comparing yourself with something that's not real. You're comparing yourself with a little snippet Look here. You can look at that picture of Instagram and you think, wow, look at that person doing that headstand. I'm not good. I could never do it. And oh, look at the person in a beautiful park and they're so lucky. And then you see the actual reality. The reality is there's a friend holding her legs. Her bag is on the side. It's just an ordinary park. There's reality. There's perception, and then there's what we continually compare ourselves to. We're always comparing ourselves, and we think that what other people have and what other people are doing is better than us. And I really want you to wake up, wake up. Don't live in the world of comparison, because that's not real. What you're seeing on Instagram and Snapchat and Facebook is not real. It's like that first picture you saw, the studio, and then that end picture. Don't compare yourself and your life against that. Please don't ever compare yourself. Go there, go within when you want to change your life. Don't try to be like them because you're only seeing a small picture. Go there, work on what you're thinking and believing. And I'm going to leave you with a very powerful quote, a very famous quote by Wayne Dyer, when he says, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Change what you're thinking and believing, and your world starts to change. Thank you very much. I hope that you've taken some gems with you today. There is time for Q&A. So are there any questions? Or is there time? Nkosinathi, is there time?
Let's take 1 or 2 questions. Definitely.
Fabulous. Okay, so I'll go to the chat. Let's see. Right. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, I don't really see any questions, just a bit of feedback. Thank you so much. If you do have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I am so happy and open and willing to answer the questions. And Amanda has once again put down on the chat Byron Katie's website, which is thework.com, teaching you how to go to your thoughts, to question them so that they are emancipated, and then you create and you change your reality. Thank you all. Thank you all. It's an absolute privilege to be here.
I think we have something from Miss Shange.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I can't see that. Do you want to read? Do you want to ask me the question and then I'll answer it?
No.
Oh, there. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Shange. Have you got a question?
Not yet. Thank you very much for a fruitful presentation.
Such a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikki. This was very, very insightful.
My absolute
This was
pleasure.
great.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I also learned a thing or two. You know, sometimes we need these constant reminders just to trigger something in our minds and to channel us, you know, to push ourselves. And I think it's to look at the world from a different perspective, because sometimes we get used to, you know, put ourselves in boxes, and we forget, as you've mentioned, everything else is a perception, and we also need to strike that balance between perception and reality.
Nkosi, someone did ask a question. I don't know if there's time for me to quickly answer it. Is there? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Liko said, thank you, Nikki. My question is, how do we help learners reconcile with the reality of losing their parents and loved ones, especially after COVID? And wow, this is such a big question, and it's such an important question, because death, you know, losing, mourning, you know that there's no time limit, that every person has a different way of mourning and experiencing loss. And it's a process. You know, I wish I could say that you could question it 4 questions and all of a sudden you see the light, because This work has a lot to do with working on your emotion and allowing the emotion through, But this is what I can say. When the thought comes up, if you, I don't know if you're the teacher, yes, how we reconcile with the reality learners, is just trying to identify, what am I thinking? What am I thinking right now? I'm going to give you an example. Maybe the thought is, there's this terrible sadness, and the thought is, I'm always going to be alone. This is just an example I'm giving you. And this isn't work that I would do straight after losing someone. No, this happens after a period of time when you start to see the wood for the trees. So I don't want to tamp on anyone, because as I said, I started off saying the way people process death and mourn and grieve is unique to all. And this is not a one size fits all. However, I'm going to be alone, or I'll never experience love, or this pain will never end, but let's go, I'm going to be alone. You question it. I'm going to be alone. Is it true? Is it true? And it'll come up, yes. I've lost someone I love. I'm going to be alone. The second question, can you really know it's true? And you sit with it. Can I really know that I'm always going to be alone? Can I really know? And there's, as I said, no right or wrong, but you're just allowing the mind to entertain another thought. What happens when I think I'm going to be alone? Oh my God, I can feel it as I'm thinking it. I feel this feeling in my heart. My heart is aching. I feel this feeling going into my chest and tightening up into my throat. I feel this overwhelming sadness and this vibrating in my head. This is what's happening when I feel, because I'm in this. I'm going to be alone. I see a hopeless future. I see a future of me being scared and lonely and never connected and struggling for the rest of my life. That's what I see it. And if I really slow it down, I can see images of the person that I've lost and the beautiful times I had with them. But I want you to just know that those images in your mind are images. It's not real. They're movies that are creating this feeling. Who am I without that? If I just take that away, who am I without? I'm going to be alone. So I've got to come to this moment, because this is the only moment we have. This is the only moment that exists. That moment with those people, with that loved one, it's a memory. And those pictures of being desperately alone, it's my imagination. Where am I now? Right now, I'm here. Who am I without the thought I'm going to be alone? I'm sitting here. I'm sitting on this chair. I'm breathing. My heart is beating. I'm here. And that's all you can do. Moment by moment by moment. I'm going to be alone. I'm not going to be alone. There are possibilities that there are other people in my life, their friends, their family, their loved ones. I'm not going to be alone. So, yeah, you know, Liko, we could spend a lot of time talking about this. I don't ever want to dismiss such huge loss. But what I am saying is this work is very, very powerful. And it is a way forward, and it is a way to freedom. I hope that I've awakened something, and that you can go to the website, thework.com, and just be inspired, because when we work on this mind, the extraordinary happens. I hope, Liko, that there was some resonance for you.
Thank you so much for that, Nikki, and thanks to Mr. Botterman for the question, and for everyone for actively participating, for the messages and the comments that you have posted on the chat function. And yes, please do visit the website that Nikki referred us to. It was also put onto the chat function, thework.com, and we can share a lot and learn a lot. This is definitely a journey that we are all part of, and our experiences, they differ from time to time, but it's how we process the reality that we are faced with, especially in these trying times. Thank you once again, Nikki. I mean, this is what we need in times like this, and this is the fuel that we need to keep us going on a daily basis. I mean, Nikki is a renowned speaker. We know Nikki has been in various platforms. She is a mind freedom fighter. She's a speaker, facilitator, and a talk show host. And Nikki has 20 years experience as a director and facilitator of The Communicator, and as a radio talk show host on Kenny FM, Highfield Stereo, Chai FM, Radio Today, where she engaged in fascinating discussions with the late Johnny Clegg, John Carney, Clem Santa, John Burks, Deep Mark Chopper, Mwele Zimbeki, George Bezos, John Kuhi, and many more. I mean, the list is endless, and we are indeed in the presence of excellence here. Thank you so much to Nikki for making time, to come through, empower us, and reignite that flame that we know it is still deep down in there, and we just need to, find our north and navigate our way into this journey. Thank you once again. All right, fellow distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, scholars, partners, and all the sponsors. I mean, this wouldn't be possible without the sponsors. What I'd like to share with you now is the fact that we also did send the attendance register on email. So if you maybe haven't submitted, please post your email address onto the chat function so that you can get the attendance register that you need to complete. And we definitely need that. So I will use, the nuggets from Nikki's presentation to say, I won't say don't forget to put your email addresses for the attendance register, but I will say, remember to post your email address onto the chat function so that we can be able to send you through the attendance register for you to complete and send back to the YCAP team. And with that, I would also like to just give you a bit of a heads up as we are on these virtual platforms. We will be doing the introduction of teams so that we know who is amongst us, and to check if everyone is audible enough, we can see them, because we will be getting very interactive during the process of today's national finals. So if you are signed on now as a panelist, you will have your video. You'll be able to activate your video and your audio when we call up your school for the presentation or the introduction phase. And if maybe you are in as an attendee, you can raise your hand at the bottom of your screen. There is a raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. You can click on that, you'll raise your hand, and then we will be able to prompt you to turn on your video or switch on your microphone so that we can be able to hear and see you. And that takes about 25 seconds to switch to taking you into becoming a panelist. So once you're on panelist mode, it's easy. You'll just unmute yourself and also, activate your video. But if you are an attendee, raise your hand, then you will get a prompt to switch from attendee into panelist. And then in 25 seconds time, once a transition has taken place, we will be able to see and hear you, which is very vital for the proceedings of today. I see email addresses coming thick and fast onto the chat function, which goes to show that you did remember to post those email addresses for us to be able to send those attendance registers, which are very much vital. So with that, fellow delegates, colleagues, schools, and of course, our distinguished guests, we need to know in terms of who is amongst us. And we will just go through a quick introduction of teams, whereby we will announce a school. The school will activate the camera. They will just tell us their school name, which province are they from, and then we'll get the name of the spokesperson for today, or their chosen spokesperson for today. So it will take about 30 seconds to a minute for a school to just introduce themselves, name of the school, which province, and who is your spokesperson for today. And then we move on to the next one. So to make this easier, we will start with the junior phase schools, and then we will see now in terms of Jelabantu school in KZN. Jelabantu, if you can maybe activate your camera or switch on your camera if you are available. I see Miss Shange is available. We can hear Miss Shange. We can see the beautiful learners in the background. I assume this is definitely Jelabantu. So Please introduce yourself.
Greetings to all. My name is Oletinemas from
You've got a bit of an echo. You've got two devices on.
Yeah, just switch off the volume on one of the devices and leave the main device on so that there isn't any echo or feedback. Let's do it again. Take 2 and action.
Greetings to all. My name is Oletinemas from YCAP Team 11 of YCAP Primary School. And my team members are Lawanda Bese, Lamin Ayabonga, Snetata Jamlenze, Balente Ngubane, Zungu Apile, Mapanga Obuhle, Maleli Samgelo, Amanda Msomi, and Amahlela Dave.
Thank you so much. Now we know that Jelabantu is in the building. Jelabantu is present. We're marking the register. It's so good to see all of you. I know we are on a virtual platform, but one day we will be gathered together under one roof and we will be interacting as we usually do in a YCAP manner. Right, moving on to the next school. Thank you, Ms. Shange and the learners. We will be interacting with you during the course of the program. We can hear and see you, which is great. And we will be moving on to the next screen. You can mute yourselves in the meantime. There we go. We are moving right along with the screen and with the list. Khotso School, this is in the junior phase. They come from the Eastern Cape. If you can hear me from Khotso, you can switch your camera and microphone on, and then we'll be able to see you and know who is your chosen spokesperson for today. Khotso, if you are in as an attendee, you can raise your hand. I see there's a hand raised here from Ms. Shange. While we wait for Khotso to come through, Ms. Shange, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, point of correction. Miss Shange is from Kranskop Primary.
Oh, that was Kranskop Primary. Oh, thank you for that correction. Thank you so much. So the school that we've just heard from, it is actually Kranskop. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
And then we'll see who comes on screen next. Thanks, Ms. Shange. That was Kranskop in KZN, ladies and gentlemen, and they are in the junior phase. And then let's see who else is activated now. We'll just switch your camera on and unmute your microphone. It might be Khotso, it might be Jelabantu, it might be Intsebenzele, but I'm hearing something. Please come onto the mic and the floor is yours.
Greetings to you all. This is the Khotso Primary from Eastern Cape.
Okay, that's Khotso Primary. Ms. Shange, you can mute yourself. I can hear a bit of feedback. And back to you, Khotso Primary.
Greetings to you all. My name is Sandy. So we are from the Khotso Primary from the Eastern Cape. I'm with Mr. Tando Tintili and Mr. Chelet.
Thank you so much, Khotso Primary, and Mr. Tandon Tintili is in the building with those learners. School uniform is always something I love seeing a sight of. You guys look amazing, and we're looking forward to engaging with you further. Thank you so much. As we marking the register, Khotso Primary is in the building. We can see and hear them, and we also heard from Kranskop earlier on. So Khotso Primary, you can mute yourselves. And now we can confirm that you guys are here. Thank you very much. And then we can move on to the next school. If maybe Jelabantu can hear me or see me, raise your hand if you are in the attendee space so that we can give you the functionality to unmute and show your video. I see there is Louis Vale. There's a hand raising there. Then we will hear quickly now from Louis Vale. Let's see. Louis Vale, over to you.
Ask them what are we supposed to do.
Or must we do our presenting now?
No.
Yeah, you can just introduce yourselves just to confirm that Louis Vale is there, and then let us know who is your chosen spokesperson for today.
Okay, we are from Intermediate School Louisville in the Northern Cape Province, and we are the YCAP team from Intermediate. We are representing our province, and I'm Tishley Eden, and I'm the financial manager.
Nice.
And I'm also the spokesperson. This is Naili Behrens, our coordinator. Then we have Jamila Reed, our secretary, and also a presenter. At the back, we have Yolanda Snijders, our photographer. Then Elisma Isaacs, our technical manager. Diana Simon, our team leader, and also Fernando Chuini, also a technical manager. So that is our team. And then the four of us that are sitting in front are the four presenters. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's Louis Vale. Now we know that they are with us. Thank you. You can mute yourselves as we move on to the next school. So the next school, let's see who we have. You can just unmute and show your camera. Maybe let's check if we do have Linda EP. I'm just going to call the names randomly as I see them on the list. So that, yeah. Okay, I hear someone, Zukiswa, you can come back on. I think I heard something from you. You can tell us which school you're from and who's your spokesperson.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mila. I am Makana Taki, Oletu Makanda, and Emise Makungwane. We are the YCAP team from Ghana JSS in Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the team from Nihana from the Eastern Cape. That's a school on the move right there. As you can see, they are in transit. It is definitely a school on the move. Thank you so much. We've seen you, we've heard you. We know that you are with us, and I see they have muted. Thank you very much. And then we can move on to the next school. Let's see who is available to introduce themselves quickly. We still haven't seen Kwacha Fontaine. Kwacha Fontaine, are you here? Can you hear us? Can you unmute? Can we see you? If you can't, you can raise your hand. There is a raising hand there, and we will be helping them to switch over so that we can hear and see them. Let's have a look. Who could that be? Let's give it a couple of seconds. I've seen faces just now, and over to you.
Good day. We are from Kwacha Fontaine Farm School in Gauteng Province. I am Wikano Mudipa. I'm with Lucas Kunyana, Sharon Mohali, and Rufelo Masuka.
Thank you so much, Kwacha Fontaine. We heard you, we can see you. You're looking all bright and lovely, and you look ready to dazzle us. It's so good to have you here. You can mute yourselves now. We know that you guys are with us, and we appreciate that a lot. Let's move on to the next one now. Who else is here? Let's see here. Linda EP, are you here? Any school? You can raise your hand if you can't activate your camera and microphone right now, and then we will enable that function for you. There is Usibusi Sontumba, who will be coming on to introduce him and or her and the team. In a couple of seconds time, we will hear from Sibusi Sontumba, and we will know where they are from and who they are. All right, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Mineti Shongwane from Interbanzotle Primary School in KwaZulu-Natal Province. I'm with my team members. This is Shongwane Piwakahle, Vilagas Aneliswa, Samtanda Kumalo, Dlamini Nobuhle, Nakoko Kezwane, and Ntuli Amash. Thank you.
You are very most welcome. That is Intsebenzwenhle School from KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, the only province with a surname, KwaZulu, and the surname is Natal. All right, moving right along, let's have a look. Who else is with us here that we haven't heard from as we're doing the intros? I know the digital world can also be a little bit of a challenge from time to time, but I think so far we're doing great. We just need to know who is amongst us, because this will also enable us to do the proper presentations, the Q&A, and the interaction throughout the proceedings of the day, which is why we are gathered here to interact with you guys. Let's see now which school is coming up next. Anyone raising their hand that can stand a chance to present or actually introduce themselves? We haven't heard from Linda EP and other few schools. Linda EP's hand is up, so Linda EP will just be coming on screen and we will be hearing from them in the next couple of seconds. They'll do the introduction and tell us who their designated spokesperson is for today. So when they are ready, Linda EP will take over and introduce themselves. Linda EP Primary School, I believe they are also from KwaZulu-Natal. I can see them and I think we can hear them. Linda EP, welcome and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Alan Zimume, and this is Warren Tsetwa and Kennedy Mube and Zora Zetu. We are the YCAP team from KZN. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Linda EP Primary School from KwaZulu-Natal. We saw you, you're looking beautiful, those bright white shirts and those school ties. You look amazing, and the YCAP team background there. You guys came prepared. You brought all your bells and whistles. That's what we like to see. Thank you so much, and welcome to the 2021 YCAP Nationals. These are the finals, definitely. All right, moving along, let's hear which other school. Even if we don't do everyone at this point in time, there will be an opportunity when we're doing presentations where we will try and get all the schools again on screen so that we can hear and see them and interact with them. So the purpose of this exercise is just to do a bit of introduction to see who is amongst us, so that Mr. Potterman from the Basic Department of Education can also report back to the department to say, yes, the schools were present, we marked the register, we saw them, and most importantly, we heard them. So in the intermediate and the senior categories, let's see who is amongst us. We have Bupilong, we have Matlaisane, we have Apama, we have Matubesizwe, we have Limit Hill, and we have Shobiana. So anyone who is ready, activate your camera and microphone, do the introduction. If you can't, you can raise the hand and then magic will happen. I see there is Mtolo Monica coming through. I saw a hand, Dina Clady Machine coming on, a fine looking student sitting on the couch. Let's hand over to you. Introduce yourself and your school.
Greetings, my name is Takako.
Carry on.
Should I speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, greetings. My name is Takako Gezo, and I am from Matlaisane Secondary School.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the YCAP finals. That's Matlaisane Secondary School in the Northwest. They call it Bukoni Bupirima. Welcome on board. You can mute yourself, and it's a great pleasure to have you as you represent Matlaisane School.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I saw there's another group that is ready, looking very beautiful and bright with their school uniform and their African accessories. Over to you. Is that Matubesizwe?
Yes. My name is Anatin Volvo, and we come from Matubesizwe Senior Secondary School. It is a school that is situated at Ilembe District. These are my teammates, Clonipo Richmond, Clyde Damdolo. We will be the spokesperson of our group.
Thank you very much.
Natal. Thank you very much.
You're very much welcome. Very much welcome. You're looking very, very beautiful there with your outfits and your accessories. That is Matubesizwe. They hail all the way from KZN, and it's good to have them amongst us today. And we're moving right along as they are on mute. Thank you very much. Let's see who else is here, who else is ready. There is a Sihle Mbete that has got their hand up. We'll be hearing from them in a couple of seconds. And once you are ready and unmuted, over to you. We'll get them on in the next couple of seconds. Let's let technology to adjust, and then they can come through. I see they are ready. Welcome, and over to you.
Greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sisha and my name is Mbete. I am from Bupilong Secondary School. I am coming from a province which is situated in Gauteng province. Today I'll be the spokesperson. Unfortunately, some of my teammates couldn't make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sisha. From Bupilong, the school that is located in the Gauteng province. I see Sisha has got her glasses on because she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Yay!
That's a smart move. Smart move there, Sisha. Welcome on board, and looking forward to interacting with you and the Bupilong team. All right, you can mute yourself now, Sisha. Thank you very much. And then let's see if there is any other school that would like to do the intro. If there isn't, oh yeah, I see another hand. Lerato Langa's hand is up. So we will be hearing from Lerato Langa, and we will now know which school is Lerato representing. Lerato Langa, over to you and welcome.
Good morning to you all. My name is Lerato Langa from Limothiel Combined in KZN. I am the spokesperson and team leader for the Limothiel team. And I've got my teammates with me, which joined individually, and we are in the finals.
You are definitely in the finals, Limothiel, and hey, there's no limit when it comes to what you guys are capable of, and it's good to see you, Lerato, and yeah, looking forward to interacting with you and your team. You can mute yourself, and yeah, once again, welcome on board. Another hand is up. We have Rifumo Zita. Once Rifumo Zita is ready, we will see and hear where they are coming from. Over to you, Rifumo.
Greetings to you all. I go by the name of Beyonce Rifumo Zita, and I'm from Shobiana Secondary School located in Mpumalanga.
Thank you so much. That is Shobiana School from Mpumalanga, the province of the rising sun. So thank you so much. We see Shobiana is here, and it's good to have them. And we're looking forward to engaging and interacting with them and all the schools that are taking part on today's finals. So without further ado, as distinguished guests, let's see. There's a name, oh, there's a school that's coming. I love this. I love this. Over to you and welcome. I think there is a school that was about to come on board. If you are ready, you can definitely get on with it and introduce the school, yourself, and who the spokesperson is. Just want to check if there is any school that's ready. There we go. Over to you. I see it says here, Kanono. Do we have anyone there? Kanono, can you hear us? All right, I think they're still adjusting with their microphones and the settings. Not a problem at all, not a train smash at all. So without further ado, as we are also trying to stick to the times and make sure that we align with the program, we have done the introductions. The majority of the schools have introduced themselves. We have seen and heard from their spokespersons or the spokespeople that they have chosen, and we will be learning more about what they do, who they are, and trying to see what we can learn and take away from their presentations. So what we will be going through now, as I see, okay, there is a school ready. Kanono, I don't know what school is that, but they will introduce themselves. Ladies, when you are ready, over to you and welcome.
Greetings to you all. My name is Mogona Babal. Here I'm with Mokendineo and Mohapi Witumate. We are YCAP Team 2021 in Papama Public School, allocated in Forestburg in province. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That is Papama, and welcome. It's good to have you guys here. good to see you as well, looking prim and proper, and you look very much ready to take over and show us what you guys are capable of. All right, those are the introductions, and we will get to engage with the schools again as we move along, because hey, that is what the YCAP Nationals are for, to interact with the schools and to learn from what our young leaders have prepared for us. All right, now we are going to go for a comfort break. It's a 10 minutes long comfort break. And what I would like us to do is to stick to that 10 minutes so that we all come back refreshed. As we saw on Nikki's presentation, she showed us a fruit that might have made us a little bit hungry. So this is a time to get a leg stretch, get that glass of water, get that bit of fresh air. Then we'll come back here in 10 minutes time to continue with the program where we will be seeing the presentations. So my clock now, it says it's 11:14. So you add 10 into that, we should be back here by 11:24. But because we are YCAP and we are family, we can come back at 11:25. That is 25 past 11. That should be 10 minutes. And that should be enough for us to get that quick comfort break. And then we all come back here. So in the meantime, you can just mute your machines and switch off your cameras, but don't disconnect from this session. Let's have our 10-minute break and we'll be back at 11:25. Thank you so much. All right, it is 11:25 and I think we should be back or making our way back. So just to check if we are back, I would like to request that you just type something onto the chat function. You can give a thumbs up, you can type hello, you can type saying I'm back, so that we know that we are back and we can continue with the proceedings of the day. I see some movement here. I see people are back. It's good to have you back. I see the smiley faces, the thumbs up, I'm back. Yeah, there we go. There is life on the other side of the screen. I see you people do exist. You are real. Okay, we're back. Thank you so much. Smiley faces. We love smiley faces. One thing about YCAP, smiley faces are a guarantee. You will be getting all those smiles. I see thumbs up, I see hearts, I see laughter. Kransko Primary is back. Woo woo! Yeah, welcome back. All the provinces. We have KZN, we have Eastern Cape, we have Gauteng, we have Northern Cape, we have Mpumalanga, we have Northwest. I mean, hey, the entire South Africa is well represented here. And thank you very much to everyone who has made it this far. Like I said before, you are all a bunch of winners. And today we're just here to celebrate you and to remind you of how appreciated you are by the YCAP family. It is the 2021 YCAP finals, and we are hosting them virtually for the second year running. We did this again before last year, 16th of December for the 2020 finals. Here we are again a year later, doing it on the virtual platform for 2021. And we seem to be mastering this platform. I see Khotso Primary is back. Oh yeah. And yeah, the guys from No Machine, there is back. That's great stuff. It's good to have people back. We have our school learners back. We have our teachers back. Mr. Potterman, are you back? You know, when I have Mr. Potterman back, then I know that, you know, we're good to go. The Department of Basic Education has been one of the key partners, you know, especially in making sure that we do have access to the schools. So when we have them amongst ourselves and all our sponsors and our partners, then I know that the YCAP family is stronger than ever, and we will remain strong because partnerships is what gives us the fuel that we need to get by. I see Jennifer Carlton is also here. Oh yeah, that's great to have everyone back. It looks like we are back, and it's great to have everyone back. Just a quick reminder of where we are in the program. We are currently now about to start the video presentations, which will be followed by a Q&A from the adjudication panel. And oh, Katie Andrews is here. Yeah, it's good to have all our adjudicators here. That's good. They're ready as always. And this is some sort of a reunion actually, because we usually gather during this time of the year when we commemorate and we celebrate the YCAP Nationals. And yeah, one day we will do it in person and we will be able to connect with our teachers, connect with the learners, with all the sponsors, with all the partners, and yeah, and the winners that we all are. So I see, and I'm happy to have everyone back. Again, welcome back. Welcome back. I'll take this as the second half, as we just came back from an interval. Like any other sport, we know that we have a first half, we have a break, and then we come back for the second half. And when we come back for the second half, we know that we hit the ground running, as we are about to go through the presentations for the day. So this is how it's going to go. We'll start with the junior category. And as you can see on the screen, we have the schools in that particular order. And we would like to stick to the order so that it's easier for the panelists and for the program to flow. So the videos will go through first, and then followed by a 5 minutes long Q&A from the adjudicators. And then for each finalist, that will happen in the similar fashion. And then from time to time, we'll just, keep you up to speed in where we are in the program, because sometimes we might, get lost in the whole midst of things and the excitement, the proceedings, and the focus that we have, because these presentations are going to be mind-blowing. That's one thing that I guarantee. So without further ado, let's just check with the first school that will do the junior category. We have Jelabantu from KwaZulu-Natal. Jelabantu, your presentation will go up first. The adjudicators will be on standby. I will be timing the adjudication process in as far as the Q&A is concerned. It's 5 minutes maximum. If it's done under 5 minutes, it's also welcome. And then we will move on to the next school in the similar fashion. So without further ado, let us start the video presentations. And the first video that's going to come up on screen is the video from Jelabantu School, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. We will be uploading it just now as it's coming through. Oh yes, we are ready. Jelabantu.
My name is Lungelo Gumete. I'm doing grade 7 at Jelabantu Primary School. I live in KZN in Ilembe District, Ward 25. I've been chosen to be team leader for YCAP 2021 in Jelabantu Primary School. Our topic is about COVID-19. My teammates are Tobeka Bengu, Anele Gumete, and Notando Dlamini. We chose this topic because we're seeing COVID-19 kill many people in the world. We went around the community doing awarenesses about COVID-19. We also had fundraising days to make enough money to buy disposable masks for learners who have forgotten their mask at home. We are hoping to help other people learn about COVID-19, because if they have no knowledge about this virus, it is easy for it to kill them. We thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Over to you, Toby.
My name is Tobek and my surname is Beng. I am a grade 7 learner from Jelabantu Primary School. I will be doing question 1, which says what is the topic and why did we choose it. Our topic is about COVID-19. COVID-19 stands for Coronavirus Diseases Discovered in 2019. We chose this topic because this pandemic has killed many people across the world. We chose this topic to educate learners, teachers, and our community at large about this virus. COVID-19 kills everyone, whether you are young, middle-aged, and old people. It had made our life miserable. It had changed our lifestyle, and the economy is not growing. We attend at school on certain days, and this affects our education. And some of learners are dropping out of school because their parents have lost their jobs. We wanted to educate learners, teachers, and our community on how to prevent themselves in getting COVID-19, and to encourage our community to get vaccinated, as well as helping our teachers to maintain social distance, sanitizing, and screening of learners before they enter at school. And during break time, we are helping young school children to maintain social distance, wearing their masks all the time. And at school, we are having small taps with water and soap for learners and educators and general workers to wash their hands regularly. Thank you. Over to you, Nutan.
My name is Notando Dlamini, and I am doing question 2, which says, what was your project about and what did you hope to achieve with it? Our project was about educating and doing awareness at school and in our community about COVID-19. We are educating them about the symptoms of COVID-19 and how can we prevent it.
which is to wear masks, observe social distancing, wash or sanitize your hands. Most importantly is to vaccinate. But this does not mean that you will not get coronavirus. It means you have a slimmer chance of getting it. We're also raising funds to buy disposable masks for learners that have forgotten their masks at home and buy enough sanitizers for our school. We're encouraging learners and community to get vaccinated so that we can go back to our normal lives. We're encouraging learners to do their schoolwork when they're not attending to catch up with the syllabus. We wanted to see learners coming to school every day, wearing their mask properly, and their parents helping them with their schoolwork. We wanted to see our community being vaccinated to prevent illnesses and death related to COVID-19. And we have achieved our goals. Most educators, learners, and community are vaccinated, and now we have a low death rate and our economy is rising high. Thank you. Over to you, Annie.
My name is Anele Kumete. I'm a grade 7 learner in Chelabantu Primary School. I'll be doing question 3 which say what were the outcomes or results from our project. Our team was able to raise enough funds to buy masks for the learners. We were selling chips and sweets during break time. As a result, we were able to get sponsors from local businesses. People donated with disposable masks. We are helping our educators educate and during break time by sanitizing learners, screening, and making sure they maintain social distance. There are a few number of learners who come to school without wearing their mask, and the infection of learners is very low. Most of learners are attending school. Our academic has improved since we started this awareness. Some learners, they even bring their own sanitizers, and some parents, they even volunteer to clean and disinfect classes. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has played a huge role in this food project. I would like to thank my school principals, classmates, especially my class teacher, Ms. Ngam, for believing in us to participate in this food project. And I'd like to thank my community for vaccinating and people who were able to help us to spread information about COVID-19. We have learned a lot, and we want to be in this project again and again. And it was a joyful moment. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Chelabantu School, and their topic was based on COVID-19, which is the pandemic that is keeping us at home and keeping us apart, but they are soldiering on and they are adapting and adjusting to the new normal. So it's time for the Q&A. I see their video is on, and the spokesperson should be ready by now. We can activate their video and microphone, and most importantly, our adjudicators will be posing those questions or question, and it will take 5 minutes long, depending on how many questions we have. But I see the adjudicators on standby. So without further ado, Jennifer and Katie, over to you, and Chelabantu is definitely ready.
Thanks very much, and welcome to Chelabantu, and yeah, well done on doing that. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, well done on doing that work. My question was just around your portfolio. So you said in your video that you raised money to buy masks, but I didn't see that in your portfolio. I didn't see anything around any invoices or anything for buying masks. I saw that you went to the shops and that you spoke to people, but tell us how many masks you managed to buy.
We bought 100 masks.
100 masks, okay.
Yeah.
So just for your own experience and to pass on to other learners, remember that your portfolio is very important in terms of being able to show what you did. So maybe I missed it, but I didn't see any evidence of you buying the masks. Okay.
We were not able to show clear evidence of death, but we did buy the masks. We can't hear you.
I think I'll ask the next question, and thank you for that. And thank you for your lovely video presentation and your portfolio. And well done on buying 100 masks. That's very good. I would like to know, what did you find the most difficult thing about putting together your action project?
It was raising funds.
That always is very tricky.
Yeah, that was the trickiest one. And we also had challenges when we were explaining our topic and the project.
Well, I understood it very well.
Yes, and also reaching out to people.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me. Molani, is there anything from your side?
Yes, thank you. Guys, thank you for the great work. I think my question is, what was the most enjoyable thing when you were doing your project? What did you really enjoy when we were doing your project?
It was helping learners to wear their masks and sanitize their hands during break time and when we're entering the gate.
Did you enjoy it? Did they actually say something to you that made you feel proud of yourselves? What did they say?
Yes, they said you are doing well, guys.
Great stuff. I agree with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tandega. My question is, what did you learn about yourself that you didn't know before this pandemic?
Are you still talking to the learners or to me? You said Tandega.
Oh, I just saw the name, to the learners.
Oh,
any learners.
okay. All right.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
I wanted to find out, what did you learn about yourselves that you didn't know, like any skill before this pandemic?
Working as a team.
And also learning that I could represent a speech.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's have a look here. We have reached our 5 minutes, and that's the end of the Q&A session for Tshelabantu, as when we directly translate it is tell the people. So they have told us, they have shared the messages in as far as COVID-19 is concerned. I'm trying to activate my video so that at least you can see me as I'm engaging with you, but the technical team will enable that for us quickly, so that you don't think there is a ghost in the room when you hear voices without seeing faces. There we are. So thank you so much, Tshelabantu. And COVID-19, this is new to everyone, and we are navigating and learning as we move along. So thank you for that, and thanks to our panelists for the questions, and thanks to the learners. The learners have put in a great deal of work, and thanks to the teachers for the support and the hand holding throughout this process. And we really, really appreciate the support, the commitment for the finalists. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to the next school. It is from the Eastern Cape, none other than Khotso Primary School. This is still the junior category of the finals, the YCAP National Virtual Finals 2021. Khotso Primary School, the video will be up just now, and then take it away.
Yeah, Wayne.
Honorable to our YCAP founder, Ms. Amanda. Honorable to our YCAP sponsors and officials. Honorable to participants and viewers at home, and all protocol observed. We feel honored to be doing this video for the semi-finals of the online YCAP competition of 2021. Coming to you live is Sandy Somkalali, all the way from the Eastern Cape province under Inguza Hill local municipality from Khotso Primary School. With me, I'm with Mr. Cheleza, Mr. Tintili, and Ms. Mapena. Our topic is unemployment, and we have linked it with learners that struggle to read and write as the major cause or contributor to unemployment, because unemployment is the end result. And if nothing is done to ensure that the government produces quality instead of quantity, then unemployment will keep on rising, and that is why we have started this initiative of a study library in our school. We've chosen this topic in particular because we realize that if the challenge of reading and writing can be addressed in schools thoroughly and effectively, then we will become a better educated society. An literary person must at least be able to read a report, fill in a form, and write a letter, like the other basic skills needed in the world of work. As for the problem that we have identified, we strongly felt that something must be done to address the challenge, and the study library was a good start for us. I will now hand over to Mr. Cheleza.
Thank you, Mr. Mkalali, for the opportunity. Our project is mainly about building a study library with the aim of helping learners who struggle to read and write. We were fortunate enough to get a shack that was used to store all school furniture, and we have transformed it into an idea of having a study library. But even though we didn't have enough resources, but through improvising, we have managed to pull through, and now we have a beautiful study library with books collected from donations. We still need more books of different genres, tables, chairs, and other study library resources. What are we hoping to achieve? Honestly, we want a proper structure of a study library that is technologically advanced. Having a study library will change the mindset of learners and their perspective about education. A study library will improve the overall performance of our school. A study library will not only benefit Khotso learners, but the whole community will benefit from the study library. The study library will also benefit the next generation to come. Eventually, we will have educated community with high chances of employability and creating employment for other people. In the long run, we want a successful community and educated community. I now hand over to my peer, Mr. Dindi.
I thank the opportunity, Mr. Cheleza. From this study library initiative, we've seen great outcomes of the learners who were struggling to read and writing improving. The learners have improved in writing. The learners have improved in reading, even in spelling. This is really a great outcome of our project. Our project motivates the learners to take their education seriously. Our project motivates the future generations and restores human dignity. And now I'll hand over to Ms. Yolisa Mapena.
I thank you, Mr. Tinti. We can't allow to be defined as a poor society while we have power to change our situation. We can't allow to have a nation defined as illiterate while we have power and ability to change our situation. Education is a basic human right, and a society that lacks in education is like a society stuck in poverty. The learner progression should be revised by the Department of Education because its implementation is being abused to a sense where both teachers and learners are too relaxed. Learners no longer put an extra effort to their work because they know the system favors them. On the other hand, teachers no longer put an effort and they are no longer interested in their work because they know that the learners will pass with or without an extra effort. The study library has been initiated to bring back the studying culture and to restore education reputation. I thank you.
And my library, my lifeline.
Thank you so much. That was Khotso Primary School from the Eastern Cape. We're handing over to our adjudicators now for the Q&A. And without further ado, Jennifer, Katie, Kolane, Mbali, the floor is all yours.
I can start. I think my question is, I wanted to find out who did you reach out and how to get the donation of books? Who did you speak to? Did you speak to any organizations, individuals, old students? And I think the only thing I wanted to see, I don't know, maybe I missed it. I didn't see the end results. I didn't see the library. You talked about a check that you got as a donation, but I didn't see how you prepared it and if you've put any books in the library. Thanks.
For the book donations, we reached out in our school. We did posters and we did campaigns and we advertised it next to our schools and next to the roads, and even in our school we did an advertisement to the learners. And our teachers also helped us a lot when it came to donating. One of our teachers even donated books that we used in the library. And when it comes to the portfolio, we did put in the evidence of us doing the cleaning inside the shed. The process, all of it was there. The process of the library from its cleaning end till the end when we were putting in the books. Thank you.
Yeah, Mbali, maybe you might have missed it. I certainly did see some pictures of when the library had the books in. I'm just interested that when you spoke about the money that you raised, and I mean, it was obviously you had a lot of help with that, but that you said that one of the things that you did to raise money was to do something with newspapers, but then I didn't see anything in any of your pictures or anything like that to do with newspapers. So can you tell us a bit more about what you did with the newspapers?
You're muted.
Coming to the newspaper thing, we did do the newspaper campaign, but most people did not take it serious, but some of them did take it serious. So we couldn't put it in the portfolio correctly, while other people did not like it, but other people did like it, and they managed to give us money, and we managed to give it to them.
So just explain what you mean by because you said that you raised 800 Rand from newspaper sales. So how did you raise that 800 from your newspaper sales?
The money that we got was through selling the newspapers in our school to the teachers, the learners, and the school. The learners, we sold the newspaper at a price of 5 rands, and the teachers 10 rands. Weekly, it made a lot of money, which ended up to making 800 rands, and the support from the teachers really helped us.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. I thought your video was excellent and that you really have some filmmaking skills there. The beginning of your video was really, really, really good. I have a question. I actually have two quick questions. Number one is you also said that while you have a shack now, you are hoping and you put a budget together to actually build a building. Is that still the plan to continue to raise funds to get the library built in brick and mortar, or is it going to remain in the shack?
We are still planning to raise funds to transform the library from a shack to a proper structured building with electricity, and other resources.
Excellent. And then, sorry, I'm going to just have one more question very quickly. And did you get any feedback from your peers, from your learners, your fellow learners about the library? Are they enjoying it? Did they thank you? What is the feedback from your fellow peers?
We got two different types of feedbacks. There were negative feedbacks and the positive ones. The negative feedbacks were those, we're making ourselves better, we're not the teachers, we should be doing things normal, which other learners do. And the positive feedback that we got from the other learners, they said we're actually helping them. They understand us because we're putting things simply in our library, and we will really help them. They are really improving their reading and writing skills.
Thank you.
Mr. Ngosnat, am I still having a time to say something?
All right, I'll squeeze you in. I'll be kind enough. I'll squeeze you in, Mr. Esampis.
Katie took all my questions. Guys, thank you so much. Just a quick one. What was your happiest moment? What was that one thing that when you were doing it, you all just, enjoyed every moment of it? Thank you.
I would say our happiest moment was seeing the learners improve. From them not being able to read till the last moment where we see the learners improving in reading and writing.
Thank you so much.
And to add, while we were teaching them, while we had a corner library in their classroom, some of them, they came to us and told us that we must continue, even if we go to other schools, continue helping other people that we see that they are struggling, and make sure that they do what they want to have, and they have the correct things that they want to have.
And to add on what my peers said, what inspired us the most is seeing learners improving. And also what inspired us the most is that they began to start having an idea about themselves. They began to see a future about themselves, and we've improved our self-esteem, we've boosted it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the adjudicators. Thank you for those questions. And thank you to the Hotso Primary School students as they tackled a topic about unemployment, and they went to the root where literacy is the ultimate key that can help tackle the unemployment that we are facing as a country. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for the presentation. I mean, I saw guys sitting in a boardroom there. For a moment, I thought I was looking at, esteemed politicians, business leaders, but I can tell you guys are on the right track, and the future is in good hands when our young people are already changing gears and going into that level of professionalism. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, as we move on with the presentations, and please don't forget that there are social media opportunities that you can also partake and be part of, as you know that we will be looking at the active participation on the social media spaces where you post about the experience of the YCAP Nationals today for 2021. And you can use the hashtags youth empowerment, hashtag youth development, hashtag youth, hashtag active citizens, hashtag education, hashtag youth skills, hashtag nonprofit, hashtag donate, hashtag empowervate. Any of those hashtags, we can be able to track and see who has been active on the social media platforms. That's on WhatsApp, that's on Twitter, that's on Facebook, that's on Instagram, TikTok as well. We will be tracking, and then we'll announce the winners right at the end to see who has been active on the social media platforms. So everyone that's with us here today stand the chance of walking away with something just by being a great participant in the social media platforms. All right, as we move right along with the program, let's see now which school will be coming up next. That was Hotso from the Eastern Cape, and then now we move into Intsebenzwentle, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. We will be looking at a presentation from Intsebenzwentle, and then from there we move on to a 5-minute long Q&A session with the adjudicating panel. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and all our esteemed guests, let's hand over to Intsebenzwentle from KZN to look at their presentation video. Then it will be followed by the Q&A session. Once it's on cue, we will see it on our screen, and it's happening right now.
I am Phahle Hlongwane from Intswenzwele Primary School. This is our school, Intswenzwele Primary School. Intswenzwele Primary School is allocated at KwaZulu-Natal under Uthuwela district at Ukhahlamba municipality in Bergville. We are in deep rural area at Mkumazana area. Intswenzwele was established in 1995. The principal of the school is Mrs. J. Ndaba. Intswenzwele Primary School is a healthy promoting school, meaning we are living a healthy life. We are Eco School, which is environment. We are living in a healthy environment. Our school got an international flag in 2012. Our school named with the aim to work hard. This is our school slogan: dedication brings success, meaning we have to dedicate ourselves in order to make change. This is our school status which we got. This is our topic, which is shortage of water. We choose this topic because it's an urgent one since we are in the pandemic of COVID-19. Even our community is facing the same problem. The surrounding natural sources are dry. At our school, there was a high rate of absenteeism. There was a poor performance because learners did not come to school because of water. Our school garden was dry. Plants were not growing well. Every day, learners became sick because of dirty water. We have leaking tanks. Taps are not working. This is our register showing the high rate of absenteeism. This is our record sheet showing the poor performance. These are our dry gardens and vegetables are not growing well. This is our school garden. Taps that are not working. Leaking tanks. Thank you.
I'm Aranda Vilarazi. I am from Itobazile Primary School. Why we chose this topic? We chose this topic because we wanted to solve all these problems and came up with plans of saving water, and also to alert the learners and the community to not waste and pollute water. We wanted to teach our community to save what they have, encouraging the community to make the use of the 3 R's, which are reduce, reuse, and recycle. To teach communities on how to use brown water, we wanted to save water from rain and make our own storage. We are protecting our water from waste products by making new things. We use old desks and old tires to make seats. We use old grass, plastic, used clothes to make new things. Thank you.
I'm actually at Intswenzwele Primary School. Our project is a creative project. Our project is about to create plans of saving water since we have less water in our school. We hope to decrease the absenteeism in our school, decrease high rates of poor performance, have enough water to water our school gardens, have enough water storages, gutters, tanks, watering cans, have boreholes, and get rid of leaking tanks. Teach the community on how to save water at homes, have enough holes for storing brown water, have enough buckets under hand wash stations. Positive impacts from our project. Learners now are educated on how to save water. Learners have improved their performance and they are obtaining distinctions in most subjects. Now the pass percentage have increased to 98%. All learners are coming at school. We have enough water harvesting that can last to 5 to years. Deep hole with 2 liters bottle. Have enough watering cans, tanks, gutters to harvest from water rain to water our plants. The community are educated now. They make their own plans to save water, improve school gardens. We even invited YWAS to come and collect white paper so that we cannot pollute our water. Improve performance. Learners marks. Learners attendance. Learners are present. Water storage, tanks and watering cans. Water harvesting, deep hole and storage for brown water. This is our improved school gardens. Y Waste. Donated drums from Y West for storing water. What we learned from YCAP as a team: to collaborate, manage time, to be polite and respect each other, sharing ideas and to be responsible, how to face different challenges, how to make changes. Thank you, YCAP.
All right, it is Q&A time. Over to our adjudicators, and then once we're done, we will move right along. I see Jennifer is on standby. Jennifer, over to you.
Morning. Thank you very much for that project. I thought, yeah, you did really well. My question was around the link between the absenteeism and the water. It looked like your main achievement was around the brown water, getting people to bring the 2-liter bottles and you put it into that big hole. But that's not water that the pupils can drink. So if people weren't coming to school because they didn't have water to drink at school, how did you make that difference?
Nsebenzo, you can answer on that one. The spokesperson or anyone can answer. Thank you.
Do you think I need to maybe say it in a bit more simple way?
Yes.
Yes, please.
But how did you increase the drinking water for the pupils?
We managed to help the problem by fixing the leaking tanks and call some people to come and please help with our storage of water.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think my comment first is the quality of work that I saw is speaking of the leadership, capability in this group. So my question is, who amongst all of you was able to speak to an extent where people did some work? Who had the most, like the voice that made people to work? Because I'm seeing something in this group, in this excellent work that you did. Did you get my question?
Can you please repeat the question?
All right. The question from the adjudicator was, who helped to to make people to respond and to make people to do the work that you wanted them to do? Who was behind that, and who helped in getting the people to work with you guys?
We worked as a team.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And we have time for one more question from the panel, from the adjudicating panel, if any. One more question.
I'll go. I saw that you had some great feedback from AFGRI and who commented on your work and your projects that you've done. Are you planning on keeping in touch with them? They said that they would like to come back and see in a little while. And is someone going to reach out to them and maybe ask them to come and see in a few months' time that you're still keeping up the water saving?
Yes.
It's someone from your team.
Please repeat the question.
Okay. In your portfolio, you showed some comments from AFGRI, the Farming Agricultural Association. And I just wanted to know if you're going to keep in touch with them so that they can come back and see that your work has been sustainable.
Yes. Yes, they can come.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our adjudicators, and thanks to the learners from Insebenzo with the presentation. And their topic was about water shortage. It is a thirst quenching topic that you guys have, but also very refreshing in how you guys have delivered and put the work together in making sure that school attendance is of its highest and people can still access clean water. They can still have drinkable water. Thank you so much, and looking forward to seeing what you can achieve as you have started to form partnerships with the local role players and other stakeholders. Thank you so much. That's Insebenzo. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks again to the adjudicating team for the questions in the Q&A. All right, as we're moving right along, please don't forget those hashtags on the social media platforms, especially for those who have already presented and delivered, and those who are also, watching and listening in. Don't forget to hit those social media platforms with those hashtags. We'll remind you again of what those hashtags are, and we'll make them available on the chat function in case you have forgotten which hashtag to use. Right, as we're moving on now, we're going to Ncihana. We're going to the Eastern Cape. Ncihana Primary School will be coming through to share their presentation. We will see their video and we will get to know what it is that they did, and then we will go into a Q&A as well with our panel. And once the video is ready, it will be up your screen. Ncihana Primary School from the Eastern Cape, and here we go.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sorakana Dagi. I am with Melapala Ewislamakwan and Olutumakan. We are the YCAP team based at Ncihana JSS in the Eastern Cape Province, Anamatole East District. Our school has a history of success in curriculum and co-curricular activities. Our school has many environmental issues. That is why we decided to choose an action-based project under the topic Environment and Climate Change. Then we decided to focus on 3 environmental issues, which were visible in our school, which were littering, wasting of water, and school gardening. The reason we chose this topic is that we noticed that people are not aware about the dangers of not protecting the environment. The destruction of the environment is a major crisis in our lives as well. That is why we decided that there is a need of environmental education so that people could be aware of these dangers. The destruction of the environment is mainly caused by human activities, like burning of fossil fuels through car driving, producing of electricity, industrial processes, increased waste on landfills, which result in the emission of greenhouse gases. As a result of greenhouse gases, the globe is warming up and climate change is triggered. As a result of climate change, our lives are negatively affected. We did a survey in a form of questionnaires and one-on-one interviews to find out how much people know about the environment and climate change. In our survey of affected people, we found out that 60% of the people know nothing about the environment and climate change. 20% had little knowledge and only 20% was fully informed. That is why we decided to research and educate them about the environment and climate change. We organized a honest campaign in order to inform and conscientize people about these environmental issues. We organized clean-up programs every Fridays where we move around the school and our community to collect the waste and teach each other on how to turn that waste into valuable items again by practicing recycling. In our saving water campaigns, we taught people about the dire consequences of wasting water. We also put some measures on how to save water inside the school, which can also be helpful at our homes as well. We also educated them on how to live a healthy lifestyle by promoting gardening. We provided them with gardening techniques, which are environmental friendly, like organic gardening. Organic gardening means growing without synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, like making compost out of food scraps. This project has a positive impact in our school. Because of it, we have managed to save 40% of water in our school tanks. Learners are now aware of their actions and take caution on how to save water. The attitude towards littering has changed greatly. Now learners know what they should do with their waste. They have gained a sense of responsibility. Now they know that someone's trash is another one's treasure. The obvious impact of gardening is that of gaining knowledge and interest in gardening. Other learners used to gain the skills at their homes to practice gardening. Lots of money have been saved because some of the vegetables have been sold and some supplement the nutrition program. And we also donated some to the most disadvantaged people in the community. During this project, we have discovered us. We saw abilities in us that we were not aware of. We have gained self-confidence and self-esteem. Our marks have improved, especially in natural science, creative arts, and EM. We have gained certain skills through this project. Some of them are teamwork, leadership skills, and communication skills. We are now able to work together as a team and overcome every challenge we come across. Through this project, we advertise ourselves as good leaders because of the respect we have towards each other and this project. Through public speaking, our communication skills have improved. We are now able to hold interviews and oral presentations. We saw the need to sustain this ongoing project because of the positive impact it has on our school. In the ongoing project, we have involved a majority of learners that will remain in the community. The school and the SGP has implemented the environmental policy and allocated the budget for environmental activities in order to protect the environment. comment of teacher Ms. Mafunga, we are spotting the layer of potential recruits. As it was mentioned earlier that our school has many environmental issues. During heavy rains, our library roof leaks. Then our next project will be to fix it. With the prize money we will win, we will fix our library roof. We thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Nihana Primary School from the Eastern Cape, and we're going straight into the Q&A. And I see Jennifer and Kolani are ready. We'll get the questions from the adjudicators. Over to you.
Okay, I believe we're needing to speed up a bit, so just a quick one. You did a survey before where you had some nice statistics as to what the before your project was. You didn't seem to have done a survey after. Can you say why?
Please repeat the question.
I'm saying you did a survey before your project and you got some statistics about how much people knew about the environment. Then you did your project. But am I right in saying you didn't do a survey afterwards to check what the difference was before and after?
It's because we wanted first to know how much people know about the environment and climate change.
Okay. And then once you had educated them, then how did you know whether they had learned something?
Because we saw the difference on them.
Okay.
They could talk.
Okay, Kolani, do you want to ask your question?
They could talk about.
Yeah, you can speak. Continue speaking.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I think I was going to ask the same question as Jenny, right? So I will pass it on to Katie because Nama was interested, guys, as to then what happened. You said they could talk, but what could they talk about? Would they, what did they say about your project?
They say this project will change the community and our school. And they say we did a good work.
Thank you so much. That was great.
Thank you so much from the adjudicators, and thank you from the Nihana Primary School learners. As we know, they are learners on the move. I like to see them getting very, very far. But they're touching on a very, very interesting topic about, the environment and climate change. This is how we have to also get the constant reminder of how do we look after Mother Earth, because we have to save the planet, because we need the planet and future generations need the planet. Thank you and well done. And I've noted that, with these virtual sessions, connectivity can be an issue from time to time. Some people might be experiencing, technical glitches, network problems. We do take note of that. And thank you for staying with us. And we're going to try and move with the program so that we keep track of time as well, so that we don't finish your data on Reconciliation Day. We know that you want to reconcile with your data and your airtime. So we are very much cognizant of that, and we will try and stick to the times, but making sure that we're doing justice and giving an opportunity to the learners as they present to us. All right, as we're moving on to the next presentation, it will come from Isibuko Sabasha. That's a school in KZN, Isibuko Sabasha. I see they are getting ready and the video is playing right now.
Greetings, my name is Aaron Sitole. I'm the leader of Isibuko Sabasha YCAP Team 2021. Step 1, forming a team. Auditions were done, our team came first. Step 2, roles and responsibilities. Leader Sitole Alwan, Treasurer Eric Ngobese, Marketing Manager Dandoma Jola, Operations Manager Zianda Shoba, and spokesperson all of the team. Step 3, SWOT analysis macro. Micro SWOT analysis. Mapping the challenge. This is where you identify the problems inside and outside of the schools, families. Step 4, identifying the problem and describing it. We have observed that some families in our community are suffering because of the family members who were the only breadwinners have lost their jobs due to lockdown. Other families have permanently lost their family members, they deceased due to COVID-19 related sicknesses. Topic categories. Main categories, economic, and the main problem is food insecurity. Identifying the problem and describing it. Our main topic is food insecurity. Our subtopics, food handlers and COVID-19 protocols, our kitchen where our meals are prepared, family identified number 1, family identified number 2. Over to you, Elihle.
Step 5, finding the target market, meeting the stakeholders. For fundraising or sales, who would be willing and able to support us? Parents, learners, community leaders, teachers, shop retailers, media, and the SGB. For the project itself, whose behavior are we trying to change? Learners and community members who have been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown. For the school management, how do we bring them onto our sides and get their blessings for the project to be successful? We introduced our project to the principal and SMT. We presented and described our project to the teachers and learners. We marketed our project to the SGB and the community during the parents' meeting. Posters, flyers. We marketed our project through the media. Conversation with the journalist. Our article was published by KwaZulu-Natal Courier, the newspaper. Facebook community group Isibuko Sabasha YCAP team. Over to you, Zian.
Step 6, planning the action. This is our master action card. Spring Day. Advertisements. Letters that were sent to the formal trading businesses. The letter that we sent to Brown's Cash and Carry's manager. Budgeting statements of income and expenditures. Team management plan, our action plan. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Step 8, showing evidence, providing impact sustainability. Doing actions, showing evidence. Problem 1, our kitchen, food handlers, and COVID-19 principles before. Photo, showing food handlers not wearing masks while preparing our food before. Problem 2, the first family we identified as Kakane family before. Kakane family member interview. Visit to the Sikakane family. Evidence receiving CV and the matric certificates from the Sikakane family. Problem 3. Family number 2 that we identified the Mguni family before. Evidence showing our visit to the Mguni family. Over to you, Dan.
Evidence showing food handlers awareness. Evidence showing classroom food preparation. During family number 1 to identify the Sikakane family. Evidence showing our meeting with social worker Ms. Lungile at Latrai. Evidence showing the official handover of food groceries by Ms. Lungi. Evidence of deposit amount of 500 and shipped off food items report. Evidence showing balance of food items with the money Ms. Lungi offered. Evidence during acceptance of food items with the amount of 500 arranged by Brown's Cash and Carry. Evidence during doing our school garden and picking vegetables to be given to families. Evidence during the visit to Noot Orphanage and Care Center and handing over certificates and CV. Now hand it over to Amran.
Evidence showing after. Evidence showing washing and rinsing of learners' utensils with hot water after the awareness. Showing evidence of Nguni family receiving groceries. Nguni family receiving the food items we brought. Evidence showing delivering of good news about the family member who is going to be employed. Testimonials from the people who benefited from our project, Nguni family thanking us for what we have done for them. Testimonials from the people who have benefited from our project, Sikakani family thanking us for what we have done for them. Testimonial from the family member thanking us for finding her a job for her. Currently, she is stationed at our school as a screener. These are future plans. Over to you, Dan.
Step 9, talk about it. Communication and motivation. Inside communication, team brainstorming ideas, making sure that everyone is well informed about the project. External communication for the project itself in order to change the behavior of a target. External communication for the project itself in order to change the behavior of our targets and to minimize their problems. We communicate with social worker to find assistance. Step 10, personal and team development analysis are the team development and individual skills. Management skills, marketing skills, public speaking, time management skills, and planning skills. Team conflict resolution, respect, fairness, and impartial to both parties.
Our mission as YCAP YCAP 2021, we want to make sure that our community eats healthy food and is not starving due to the loss of the breadwinners due to COVID-19. Their self-esteem lighting up as young people striving and fighting COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isibuko Sabasha, talking about healthy eating, and that is very important. So we'll just get straight through to the Q&A and get a question or maybe two from the adjudicating panel, and then we will move on to the next presentation. So we can call up from the adjudicators. If there's a question, they can come up on screen, and then the Isibuko Sabasha will be ready to give their answer or the feedback that you are requesting. So adjudicators, you can come up on screen now. If there is a question, there we go. We've got Katie. Over to you, Katie.
Thank you for your project and for your presentation. It was really good. I would like to know what you found to be the most challenging when doing your action project.
All right, we'll have Isibuko Sabasha on screen just now, trying to see if we can bring them up to see if their device will enable them to share the screen and unmute themselves. Our technical team is checking in the background if they can be able to locate them for the Q&A. But we did enjoy the presentation. It was very informative, and they did their homework, and the engagement of stakeholders was also key and very much evident. That was great delivery from the learners. Great stuff. We are learning as well from these, and these are messages that we need to echo throughout our communities, throughout our provinces, because this is definitely a common situation that we find ourselves in. Just want to check now, Isibuko Sabasha, are they able to come on screen? Are they able to unmute themselves to answer the question that comes from the adjudicating panel? So far, there isn't any sign or sight of them. I think for now we can park that, but we know that the gist of the rating is definitely in the presentation itself. So the Q&A is just to to emphasize certain elements, but we don't seem to have them there at this point in time. But let's not despair, because at least we know what their topic was all about, and the adjudicators have engaged with the video and the entire process. And I see here is the question is, what did you find most challenging when doing the project? They might be having network issues, but the question has been posted thanks to Amanda. So the question is there. We'll also keep an eye on that chat function should there be an answer from Isibuko Sabasha, and then it will be furnished and sent through to the adjudicators as it should be. So thank you for that. We'll make use of the chat function to also try and mitigate some of the network glitches that we have. But we are Team YCAP. Nothing is going to distract us from achieving what we want to achieve. We always make a plan. If we don't see you on screen, you go to the chat function. If we don't find you on the chat function, we know where you live, and we'll make sure that we connect with you. Thank you once again for the wonderful, wonderful presentation from the school. And then we moving on. Now we are done with Isibuko Sabasha from KZN. Thank you very much. And then now we are going to Louisville. Louisville from the Northern Cape. We will be seeing their presentation right now.
Hi YCAP family, welcome to Empower by TV. I'm Jamila Reed, your presenter of today. I'll be interviewing the YCAP team from Intermediate School, Louisville in the Northern Cape Province. They have now progressed to the semi-finals and are now local celebrities. Let's go and meet the team. Come on.
Sanitizing our hands, keeping distance, wearing our masks will keep us safe. During COVID. We are the Musketeers.
Our aim and vision is to
develop young people to be responsible citizens at a young age and to know how to solve their own problems.
Our motto is
to never give up even when the problem seems so hard to handle.
We are from Intermediate School, Louisville in the Northern Cape Province, and I'm Tishley Irian. I'm the financial manager.
My name is Nana Trin and I'm the technical manager.
My name is Naya Barnes and I'm the coordinator.
My name is Elaine Nice and I'm the photographer.
My name is Jamila Reed and I'm the secretary and also a presenter.
And my first question is for Ms. Naya Barnes. What is your topic and why did you choose it?
Our topic is COVID-19 protocols and regulations. COVID-19 is a problem that impacts all of us. We had a lot of changes because we had to wear masks, sanitize our hands, and keep our social distance. Members of the community and learners at school don't adhere to COVID-19 protocols and regulations in taxi or at tuck shops because they don't wear their masks, keep their social distance, or sanitize their hands. After handing out questionnaires and reviewing them, we saw that the lack of adherence to COVID rules and protocols, a lack of communication between the parents and school, and a lack of activities during breaks causes high absenteeism by learners, and learners struggle to catch up on missed schoolwork and bunk classes, and the outcome is bad academic performances. So we chose this topic because it was the driver of other fundamental problems. We also chose the COVID-19 protocols and regulations because we personally experienced how teaching time and lives were lost when we do not adhere to COVID-19 protocols and regulations.
I was wondering, what is the topic about and what did you hope to achieve with it?
Our project aimed to make community members and learners aware of the danger of not adhering to COVID-19 rules. We want to encourage them to adhere to the rules and show them how to cope with it. We drive a plan to plan our activities. We spoke to the principal in SGP to inform them about our project. We wrote letters to the Department of Health to come to our school and talk to our kids about COVID-19 and vaccinations. Our project required us to hand out pamphlets to our learners at school and community members. Our school and to go out to local tuck shops to hang out up pamphlets. Our school principal and SGP invited Nashley George, a known actress from Sunderland known as Ivy Peterson, to come and perform and motivate our learners at school and give us some tips about COVID-19.
Thank you, Tashley. What were the results or outcome of your project?
Our project has made a huge impact in our community and schools. In the community, people wear their masks and keep their social distance and sanitize their hands at local shops because there are posters to remind them. In taxis, there is a checklist and to ensure that the people should wear their masks. At breakfast time, learners keep their social distance because the teacher assists their class. We measured our impact by handing out questionnaires for the learners, teachers, and the parents for a second chance to see if the parents' concerns have now decreased. Parents have more faith that the school is safe and they are sending the learners to school. The attendance of Louisville Intermediate School has improved from 87% to 94%. The learners' pass rates also improved.
To conclude, COVID-19 was a huge challenge for everybody. But we, as the YCAP team, have shown every challenge has a solution.
Thank you, Musketeers. This project really hits home because I also lost family members because of COVID-19. I lost my grandmother and 4 uncles, and we could not say goodbye to all of them because the funerals were back to back. That's all from Empowerway TV. Thank you for tuning in. Our next episode will be on the 16th December 2021. Oh, and don't forget to mask up.
Thank you very much. That's all the way from the Northern Cape, that's Louisville, and yeah, talent in abundance. Thank you very much for that presentation, you TV superstars, you. All right, adjudicators, we'll get a question from the adjudicators. They have consolidated and we will see who will be posing the question on behalf of the adjudicating team. And then the Louisville team is ready and on standby. I see Katie is on screen. Katie, over to you with the question.
The 2021 problems, I was on mute, sorry. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your video. It was very creative and I love that you brought in a celebrity to do what we call edutainment. So my question is, I saw the results of your improvement. How did you go about getting those results? So how did you measure what was before your project and what was after your project?
We gave our parents questionnaires to fill in to make sure that they thought that and the questionnaires that came back ensure that they are safe, and that had shown us that the learners' pass rates have improved.
Thank you.
Thank you so much from our adjudicators and Louisville as well. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, very entertaining and most importantly, informative and educating. Thank you so much and well done with the work that you've done, and please do continue to do the amazing work that you guys are doing and nurture the talent that you guys possess. Right, as we're moving on with the program, we're going to the next school now. We are still in the junior category, by the way, and the next school is none other than Lindai P from KZN. We will see their video shortly, and then we will go straight into the question and answer session. And now we are on standby for the video, which will be on your screen round about now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are the YCAP from Lindai Primary School.
Lindai Primary School is situated in KwaZulu-Natal and I live in district in Manini Seconds.
My name is Alana Zimumbe, the group leader of the YCAP team.
My name is Olanda Duman, the deputy leader of YCAP team.
My name is Kwanabensa, the marketing manager of the YCAP team.
My name is Mube Kenneth, the discipline of the YCAP team.
Our vision as a team is to empower youth by basing our school where future generation can have a better future.
Our project is an action project. What is our topic? Our topic is negative peer pressure.
What is negative peer pressure and why did we choose it?
As you all know, every student and every learner has a friend, and some friends are good and some friends are bad. Those bad friends can make you do something wrong in your life or in your studies. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the Department of Education introduced a rotation of classes, and that led to
an increase on challenges that are related to negative peer pressure. Why we chose our topic? We chose our topic after looking at the challenges and the issues that are identified by learners through observation, survey, and interview that were conducted by a YCAP team and its impact in our school. Some learners are surrounded to peer pressure, and in the process, they lost their identity, and that affects them physically, emotionally, and socially.
Finally, what was our practice about and how did we hope we will achieve with this?
Our project is about finding the solutions in the identified challenges that learners are facing in our school, or to encourage learners so that they can help to find the lasting solutions in our school, or to identify other stakeholders and sponsors who are seeing the challenges that are out of their school. These challenges include absconding, late coming and absenteeism, substance abuse, bullying, stealing and killing in general support the school, social activity, teenage pregnancy, and learners not wearing a full school uniform. Other projects are identified at the social emphasis stage. These include school sports, school gardening, and street clubs. We are hoping that learners will be empowered to identify problems or challenges that are facing their schooling and community. They get some life skills so that will help them to find the solutions to those challenges.
And Wanda, what were the impacts or results from our project? In the issue of bullying, stealing, and carrying intellectual weapons in school, learners who experience the serious mental illness because of being bullied are now stress-free. They have a positive mindset, including on how they view themselves and others. Even those who bullied the learners are focused on their future goals and taking care of themselves. So personal school goes a long way in releasing the small kids from the pain they experience during the break time. Having the fatal surgery in our school helps a lot, especially to those learners who are the post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, because of the pressure the school experiences. With the help of the YCAP team, those learners who have the anger because of the hunger they have, especially the have a huge role by providing a full person to those learners. This sustain the peace in our school. A continuous random search, a parental involvement, awareness campaign, as well as a good code of conduct has a positive impact in our school. As learners, we already reminded about the danger of bullying, stealing, and carrying a different weapon in the school. Now the school makes sure the learners are safe during the break time. It will continue to be sustainable as the school maintains a safe learning process. Together with the school, we just the anti-bullying police. Thank you.
In the issue of absconding and substance abuse in our school, there is a huge positive impact pertaining the use of alcohol and drugs in our school. As we have defined halls in the fence that are used by learners to abscond the building, those halls no longer exist. As we convince the SGB members to buy the fence to close the halls, to hinder the drug dealers to come into our school and sell drugs to learners. And those learners who want to abscond the building are unable to do so. Random searches played a huge role in our school, and SAPS has offered a list of their products to use anonymously when there's a learner who's using drugs and alcohol.
In the issue of late coming and absenteeism, as a YCAP team, we organize ourselves in the morning to monitor the late coming and encourage the class managers to mark the class register in the morning and in the afternoon. Since we commissioned ourselves to minimize the late coming, we used to register the late comers. This results efficiently and effectively in the teaching and learning process. Stakeholder intervention made our school a conducive environment of teaching and learning process because of the action taken by the YCAP team.
In the issue of sexual activity and teenage pregnancy, as the YCAP team, we involved the Department of Health, the Department of Social Welfare, and the Love Life to do an awareness campaign pertaining sexual activity and teenage pregnancy. The Department of Health advised the learners about the dangers of sex. The Department of Social Welfare advised the learners on how to take care of themselves. The Love Life advised the learners to participate in computer programs, youth clubs, and health talks. Our school is now a better place where learners can rely on. The life orientation and life skills teachers have adapted to the YCAP principles. In the issue of uniform, as YCAP team, we managed to review our school code of conduct, establish a swimming project. As we know that skinny pants with zips in the bottom are not allowed in our school, and short skirts. Skinny pants with zips in the bottom are not allowed in our school, and short skirts.
We even involved the social workers to help us help those needy learners who do not have a full school uniform. I wonder, what did we learn from this project? Thank you.
I have learned how to be punctual, as I believe I have to lead by example in our school. I have learned how to be patient as we work in a bad situation due to COVID-19 cases in our school.
According to personal development, I have gained communication skills as I have ability to communicate clearly. I have learned to be confident when speaking in public. Even in the classrooms, we are now participating fully because we are now open-minded.
Through fundraising, I have learned how to negotiate with customers, spend money wisely, and gain some financial decision-making skills.
As a discipliner, I have learned how to deal with different people from different backgrounds. Because as a team, we had a few disagreements. Then gained conflict management skills and problem-solving skills.
Our slogan is
empowering the youth, powering the best future. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That is Linda AP Primary School, and they are talking about the negative peer pressure. And yeah, we know that it's very much important to have these topics and the learnings that they have shared with us as well. Thank you so much. When I grow up, I want to be like you guys. You guys rock. Now, moving over to the Q&A, I see Mr. Kolane Sampis is on standby. Mr. Sampis, over to you with the question.
Thank you so much. I'd say to Linda EP, well done on the topic and the efforts, guys. I think the impact is visible. My question that comes to you is, how are you guys going to make sure that even when you have graduated from your school, this project is going to carry on? Do you know people that are going to make sure that this wonderful project that you're doing will keep on doing its good job? Thank you.
Yes, we do. And we're going to have future mini YCAPs in our school.
Oh, nice. Nice. Thank you so much. Nice.
Thank you so much from the adjudicators there. And thank you to Linda AP Primary School, and thank you for that proactive way of doing things. And it's good to know that the program will continue and you will make sure that you carry on and share this wonderful initiative with those that are following on your footsteps. I see Jennifer is on screen. Jennifer, you can come through with your question, and I'll get Linda AP to come back quickly to do the answer before we move on to the next school. Over to you, Jen.
Hi, Linda EP. I thought you did an amazing amount of work. How big was your team in total? Because you had so many different elements to your project.
Can you please classify the question for us?
I asked you how many people you had in your team, because you did so many different elements in your project.
We had 20 people.
Thank you so much. And thank you once again, Team Linda AP Primary. Siyabonga kakhulu. Carry on doing what you guys are doing. We are super proud of you guys, and thank you for making time to deliver this wonderful presentation to us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're moving on with the program, and we are still in the junior category. We've just got 2 more presentations from the junior category, and then we're going to move on to the next categories. And as we are swiftly moving, we are now on standby to see a video presentation from Kranskop. They hail all the way from KwaZulu-Natal, and the Kranskop video presentation will be on our screen just now, as I would like to remind everyone to stay on mute as we enjoy the video.
Ya Olet, uphuma. Izingane zanamhlanje ayihloniphi. Ey madoda. Ah man. Yo.
Yes. Months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, seconds. I have lived this life since I came out of my mother's womb. I was suffering spiritually. I'm a descendant of a rich man. I do not know my biological father. Only God and Mom knows the sun. The world deceived me for years, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, seconds. I have lived this life. He would put me in his lap. I thought he was showing me love. He turned me into a sex slave. If I do not want to do his will, he turned me into his punch bag. This baby I'm carrying is for him. Oh yes, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, seconds. I have lived this life. And as you've been hearing, I was bitten by him. He said I'm a lie. I want to end his marriage. The police are aware of this. The family is aware of this. As you can see, I ran out of the house. It's because of my stepfather. I ran with the child, the savior of the nation. My tears one day will become milk and honey of the nation.
South Africa and the world at large, I greet you all. I'm Apile Zungu from YCAP Team 2021 of Kranskop Primary School under the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Umzenyate district. My team members are Nervous Oloetu, our chairperson.
As chairperson, I am responsible to lead the team, bring harmony when necessary, encourage the team to participate, communicate and seek assistance from a facilitator.
Amanda Msomi, our deputy chairperson.
As deputy chairperson, I am responsible to make sure that everything is alright when my chairperson is not available and to represent my chairperson to my YCAP team members.
Ndumane Lisi, our treasurer.
As a treasurer, I'm responsible for collecting all the monies that the team had fundraised, to draw budgets and keep records of the monies that the team had fundraised. Make sure that the team does not overspend on unnecessary items, keep records of the used money and the saved money, and participate on team decision making.
Our operations managers, Ayabonga Dlamini and Anatinzus.
As operations managers, we were responsible to make sure that meeting dates are followed, to make sure that planned activities take place on a planned date, and to provide catch-up program where it's necessary if the planned date is passed on.
Our photographer, Numalukanyis.
As a photographer, I'm responsible for capturing and keeping all the evidence that the team engages in, and also to make sure that the camera is always available. Location, selection and setup, planning and implementation of backgrounds.
Our hero, Amashirate.
As a hero, I am responsible for keeping everyone safe, avoid conflicts, negotiate with everyone, find a solution to any problem, and be patient with others.
And myself, I am a secretary. As a secretary, I am responsible for managing paper filing for the team, keeping the team's record, do research, negotiate with our facilitator, handling petty cash, and taking minutes at the meetings. Our topic is
Gender-based violence.
We chose this topic because we noticed that there are more and more cases about gender-based violence that are being reported each and every day. They are increasing instead of decreasing. We are willing to educate and make people understand the importance of reporting any kind of abuse. Many people are starting to take action against any kind of abuse because they notice that gender-based violence is a bad thing and it is a sin. I thank you.
Stop gender-based violence. We thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Kran Skop from KwaZulu-Natal, touching on a very, very pertinent topic of gender-based violence. And yes, we are, basing all these topics on the realities that we find in our communities. And hey, it is real. And the learners are reminding us of the world that we have created for them. And it's through platforms such as these and programs such as YCAP to help turn the tide and make our communities safer and better and much more happier and healthier. So opening now for the adjudication process for the judges to give a question or two. Let's see who is joining us to pose a question that has been sent through by the adjudicating panel, as we have Granscorp on standby to give the feedback that is required of them. To our adjudicators, who is joining us on screen, or should I say, who wants to be famous? Let's see who's gonna come. Mr. X, there you go. I see Kolani and Katie on screen.
Thank you. Can I give it to Katie to take it on? I don't have a question, I have a comment, so I will give it to Katie.
Fantastic. Katie, over to you.
Thank you very much. That was a very powerful video, very moving as well. My question is around, in your feedback, you said that one of the things you wanted to do to ensure sustainability was to get more boys to join YCAP. And I just wanted to know if this is something that has been achieved yet. So do you think that more boys will join YCAP after your project? Yeah, so that's the question. Do you think you're going to succeed in that?
Yes.
Cool stuff, cool stuff. Thanks for that, KT. And Mr. X, with your comment, over to you.
Okay, so guys, thank you so much. I think the topic that you guys have actually chosen is something, as Katie was saying, that it's a very relevant and a very problematic issue in South Africa. So one of the things is I would like to see, I think I'm with Katie, I would like to see maybe the team also, engaging the greater community and also finding people that they can interview that probably have been affected. I know you guys are quite young, but I feel that, with you being involved in this project, something is going to change, something is going to actually see a brighter future, or something is going to stop. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks to Kranscorp. And one thing I've learned about being South African is that if you want to get things done, involve young people, and they have shown, and they've come with very, very interesting topics since the beginning of the presentations, and these are very much thought-provoking. Thank you once again for the bravery and the wonderful presentation, and for also sharing some insight and shedding the light with everyone that is connected here, and most importantly, with your peers and your communities. All right, we moving on to the last presentation in the junior category. This comes from none other than Kwagga Fontaine. They're based in Gauteng. We will be seeing a video presentation from Kwagga Fontaine, which will be on your screen roundabout now as we go.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael Masopa. I'm a Sotho boy from Maseru, but I now live in Talton. I'm with Biganyo, Sharon, and Luca. They will introduce themselves further. We are from Kwagga Farm School in Gauteng Province. Our topic is about national days and anniversaries.
I am Boikano Mudipa. My culture is Northern Sesotho, even though I am wearing Venda attire. I am from Skinot in Limpopo, Ramashewan. My parents relocated to a farm in Smokedown. We chose this topic based on the fact that we are from the outskirts of Gauteng Province Farm School, and our society is diverse and not well informed about our national days and anniversaries. So we want to educate them so that they can have information on our national anniversaries. We are a disadvantaged community. Our parents work from the farm, so to them it is just a holiday. Choosing this topic will inform them about the reason behind the holidays.
My name is Sharon Mukhali. I am Twana from Rustenburg in Northwest. As my teammate said before, we chose the topic National Days and Anniversaries to educate our society. We have, for example, Freedom Day, Africa Day, Youth Day, and others. Freedom Day. This was the day of the first democratic election in South Africa on 27 April 1994. The arrival of democracy created a platform for all of us to celebrate who we are and continue the effort to build a united South Africa. Africa Day. We commemorate this as a way of showing how Africa as a whole is united, learning of different cultures.
I'm Lumka Sukunyana. I'm Xhosa from State Spread in Eastern Cape. As part of our research, we went to the Krugersdorp Museum. We invited the museum people to come to our school and educate other learners. And we did a community outreach where we went to the community hall to educate and interview the diverse members of the community. The impacts of our project are as follows. Our school celebrated Africa Day for the first time. 2021 Heritage Day celebration at our school had a lot of participants, and we also showcased different cultures, clothes, foods, dance, and customs. There is unity because people appreciate cultural differences. Our parents now know the reason for different national days and anniversaries. As a team, we learned a lot about different cultures.
Okay, so currently every eating on holiday and wanting to celebrate.
In 9th August, Women's Day, it's when 20,000 women must share Union Days. I'm not sure what they are, but they must dare to bend their postures.
We are doing a research on our national days and anniversaries. So please can you introduce yourself? What do you understand about our national days and anniversaries? Which national days do you know? What is the
human rights younger oppression ya apartheid
In Lesotho, we drink traditional beer.
In Venda, we eat potato and muscle.
In Xhosa, we eat umngqusho nembotyi.
In Tswana, we eat ting and more.
As a diverse team,
we are united.
Let us continue to celebrate national days and anniversaries.
We are KWAGGIES Team Qualities.
Thank you so much. That was Kwacha Fontaine, and their topic was national days. I think this is very much, on point, as today it's one of those national days, the Day of Reconciliation. So how befitting is that wonderful presentation? And we will get a question from our adjudicators that will pop up on screen. And thanks for the reminder, about the national days. I saw one of the interviews there was recorded on National Windy Day, as we could hear the wind blowing there, which was very, very great. And thank you for the research and the interviews. Mbali, over to you with the question.
Before that, I just want to say, Putnati Guti, this topic was very refreshing and I enjoyed your topic choice, guys. The question is, how are you planning to sustain and continue to teach us and keep us aware of different cultural days going forward?
Can you please repeat your question?
The question is, how are you planning to continuously teach us and engage us on different cultural days?
We want to educate people about national days and anniversaries. The reason why we chose this topic is to educate people about national days and anniversaries. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mbali, and thanks to the Kranscorp team. And thank you for reminding us and educating us about all these important national days. And I think, it's all about, working together and understanding the meaning behind these important dates. Thank you so much. Great presentation. And I also admire your traditional attire. I hope you have a size for me, maybe a traditional attire that will fit me. So I'll come to Kwaggafontein Farm School to borrow some of those items and put them to commemorate one of those national dates that you guys reminded us of. Thank you so much and all the best with your future endeavors and your projects ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now stepping into the intermediate phase, and we will be getting the first presentation from the intermediate phase will come from Bophelong. That's the school that will share their video presentation with us. We will be having the Bophelong school video coming onto our screen shortly, but please don't forget to hit those social media streets with those hashtags. Here's Bophelong.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name of Sihlembete. Standing before you, we are the YCAP Titans from Bophelong Secondary School. Today we will be doing our presentation based on the topic which is gender-based violence. Furthermore, this presentation gets to explain the importance of the project and what did we hope to achieve with it. We would also like to clarify the results that we got from doing the project. I would first like to call my first speaker to elaborate the first question.
We are done doing it, and I'll answer with the first question based on the topic that we chose. Gender-based violence is an ongoing problem that we are facing in our school and community. Cases of gender-based violence are increasing in our everyday life. People are being killed and raped in each and every 24 hours. The reason why we chose gender-based violence is because we wanted to eradicate GBV in our school and communities, hoping that will contribute or bring about the change and helping victims to let them know that they are never alone.
My name is Yangam Koboka, and I'll be answering the second question. Our project is based on acting as a way to make awareness, whereby we show people out there how gender-based violence starts and what can happen at the end. We hope to teach our fathers and brothers that they should look at this in a different way, and they should not be ashamed to share and talk about their feelings and emotions. This is a clear indication that not only women experience violence, but men too. We must make everyone feel appreciated and loved. Thank you.
My name is Mugara Makoba, and I will be answering the final question. Honestly speaking, our results from our project surprised us. The Councillor of Trauma Center made us aware that nothing is impossible, and it starts with you if you want to bring a change. It was amazing seeing the majority of learners taking themselves to Trauma Center. We formed a support group where they're able to talk about the challenges they come across. Our learners matter more than anything, and it was amazing helping the learners of our school. Thank you.
All right, that was very well done. Thank you so much to the Bophelong School and the tackling GBV, and it's good to see both boys and girls working hand in hand in tackling gender-based violence matters and educating us. So let's see now in terms of the question and answer. We have a new set of adjudicators as we are now in a different category. So let's see who will be posing a question in the intermediate space. And we have none other than Mr. Mojapelo. Mr. Julius Mojapelo is on screen, and he will be also posing a question that the Bupilo team will be able to give feedback on. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying well done to the team for a great project, a very important topic. I just want them to share with me the challenges that they faced, you know, some of the difficult things that they faced in delivering on this project. Thank you.
All right, you can unmute yourself. Thank you, as you give the answer.
The challenges that we faced when we were doing the project was that some of the learners weren't free to share their emotions with us, and they didn't feel comfortable. They thought that we would judge them, but then we taught them to think this in a different way. By doing this, they should state out their problem, speak about what they are facing in our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's see. Any other questions, Mr. Bujapelo?
I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Happiness. Thank you so much. And thank you to the Bupilong School for sharing their insights with us. Thank you for educating us. And thank you for the commitment you've shown throughout the process and great presentation overall. Thank you so much. As we're moving on to the next school into the intermediate phase, it's none other than Matlaisane, and they're based in the Northwest. We are now about to see a video presentation from Matlaisane School, and it's on your screen as we speak.
Greetings, my name is Tlaka Koketso and I'm a learner from Matlaisane Secondary School. And I'm not alone, I'm accompanied by
Manu Kusilwadi, a grade 8 pupil.
And
Oratiles Lat.
Who are accompanied by
Tsufatsa Mkonyan, grade 8 learner.
And
Kamahela Mkonyan from Matlaisane Secondary School.
The topic we chose is food insecurity. We chose this topic after realizing that food insecurity is a global problem. We also chose this topic after realizing that the hardships enjoyed by our fellow learners. We chose this topic after realizing that learners in our school have a low self-esteem due to their inferior school uniform. We chose this topic after realizing that learners in our school were passive before the school break because they were too hungry and had lacked energy and concentration. The participation in our classes gradually increases after the school break because by then they would have had something to eat. We chose this topic because majority of the learners in our school are social grants recipients, and majority of those learners come from disadvantaged backgrounds. Over to you, Manu.
Our project was aimed at reducing extreme poverty in school learners. The project was to come with intervention that need to be taken by our school, as a platform can provide an important opportunity for prevention of poverty. It was also about raising funds so that we can buy food and proper school uniform for the most vulnerable learners. More importantly, the project was to get business people involved to help reduce the number of learners suffering from hunger or poverty. The project was about teaching learners about good nutrition and good practices. We were teaching learners about the effects of malnutrition and diseases associated with food nutrition. We were also raising up awareness about human rights. Over to you, Adina. The impact is that most of the learners became more responsible. We improved the number of absenteeism, pass rate, participation in class, and we supplied poor families with food and proper school uniform. On top of that, the learners became to gain confidence, dignity, self-esteem. And one of our members in YCAP team benefited from the whole project. Thank you. Over to Fat. By raising awareness to the other fellow learners, and we taught learners about those who are less fortunate should not take anything for granted. We got donations to feed learners during school holidays and food banks for non-perishable food. We raised
3,000 Rand through donation. 3 businesses supported our project. Over to you, Ga.
The outcome from our project is that learners' absenteeism improved by an overall of 15%. The team managed to donate to 10 learners. 10 poor learners were given school uniforms such as school winter dry max, pair of school shoes, and socks. Some learners were given fruits and vegetables. The participation in the class was improved because of positive self-esteem.
More action is needed rather than statement.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And that was Matlaisane talking about food insecurity. And from time to time we do consume food and we forget to check if there will be enough for tomorrow, and maybe ask ourselves, where does this food come from? So thank you for sharing that presentation, wonderful insights there, and thank you for sharing the knowledge. Mr. Mojapelo, question from your side. I see the student is ready for the feedback.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Tackling a very critical issue in our society. I think there are a lot of issues we face in society that emanate from food insecurity. So well done on a wonderful project. My question is just about, you did indicate that you had businesses that helped you as well, but when I looked at your budget, I couldn't see enough info. So I just want to know who was responsible for the financial statements and how did we make sure that everything we got was properly distributed? So how did you ensure that everything you got was accounted for and distributed to the beneficiaries?
Okay, we kept receipts that we sent in our portfolio. And then some of the money we wrote down, everything is in the portfolio. And then, yeah, basically from our sponsors, we didn't get any form of money. We raised each and every penny. And then the donations we got were food parcels and school uniform. No money was donated to us. We raised each and every cent.
Thanks. I don't know if I can have a follow-up question.
Most certainly, you may. Thank you.
Yes. No, thank you very much. No, this is a wonderful project, but one of the challenges you'll face in a project like this is, people are shy to accept help for saying, we don't have food. How did you overcome that challenge of people thinking you are looking down on them when you are actually trying to help them?
The thing is, you cannot just come to a person and tell them straightforward, are you struggling? So you need a certain strategy. You need to feel for them. You have to be sympathetic to them. You show them that you understand what they're going through, and then you're not here to judge them. So that's the strategy I personally used, because some people think you're here to judge, but we showed them, we were patient with them, showing them that we are not here to judge them, but rather we're here to give a solution to most of their problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to Mr. Mojapelo and the adjudicating team. And thank you as well to the learners from Matlaisane School as they tackled this very, very important subject of food insecurity. And thanks for your time, young fellow, and thank you for representing the team. We're looking forward to hearing more exciting stuff about the work that you are doing in and around your community. All right, and we are moving right along with the next presentation that will be coming from none other than Papama. They come all the way from the Free State. Papama's presentation video will be up on our screen, and then from there it will be the Q&A as we have been moving. Thank you. Over to Papama.
Hi judges, we are Papama Public School YCAP Team 2021. We are very excited to share what we have with you. So sit back, relax and enjoy. Thank you.
Hi judges, my name is Dineo.
Next to me, I have Mahapi Ritumit and Mugana Paval. Our topic was gender-based violence. We chose it because it is a pandemic in our world. Thank you. Our project topic was to research how gender-based violence affects our world, how it is perceived now and in the future. Thank you. Things did not go as we planned, but we managed to interview about 5 people, 2 from our community and 3 from our school. We even had a session up with Mrs. Bachelor's semi-finalist 2022 Lerato Kanon. We talked about gender-based violence and 16 days activism of women and children abuse. Thank you.
3.
What is gender-based violence? Gender-based violence against children is an act of crime against girls and boys that undermine the health, dignity, security, and autonomy of its victim. These acts are perpetuated physically, sexually, psychologically, and/or economically, and can seek to deny access to resources or services that may help lift a victim out of the cycle of violence. Violence against girls, including sexual violence, child marriage, sexual harassment, female genital mutilation, intimate partner violence, trafficking, sexual exploitation, and abuse. The impacts are significant in both the short and long term and can include serious physical injuries, sexually transmitted infections such as HIV, AIDS, forced and unnatural pregnancy, and greater risk of maternal mortality. Boys are also victims of trafficking and gender-based sexual violence and exploitation. But due to stigmatization, the number continues to be vastly underreported. Adolescents boys over the age of 10 are also particularly vulnerable to being detained because they are regarded as security threats for their families. Alice association with armed groups. Children are tortured or abused, kept with adult prisoners, not providing proper legal support, or live in conditions that are against international standards for juvenile justice. Thank you. Gender-based violence creates an unequal world for children. Every girl and boy deserves to grow up free from harm. Yet gender-based violence continues, effectively ending their childhoods and risking their futures. Gender-based violence occurs in every country in the world and across all economic and social groups. Sadly, 1 in 3 women and girls will experience sexual or physical violence in their lifetimes, while both girls and boys are negatively impacted. This type of violence acts against children is specifically committed against their will and are based on gender norms and an imbalance of power in their relationship. Gender-based violence has been ingrained into society, in countries and in regions more than others. In many communities, violence against girls and women is expected and even accepted. In Guinea, for instance, 89% of girls and women between the age 15 to 24 believes that men beating their wives is justified under at least one condition. Thank you.
The threat of gender-based violence is pervasive and contributes to the end of childhood for millions of children around the world, as shown by second global trends. 15 million girls are married before the age of 18 each year. 30 million girls are at risk of female genital mutilation in the next decade. 1 in 3 girls and women live in countries where marital rape is not an explicit crime. The harmful cycle of gender-based violence. Adding to the physical trauma is the profound or physiological impact. The effect is often worsened by family and community rejection. Girls and boys are frequently stigmatized by their communities when they are suspected of experiencing sexual violence. Due to their gender, girls are often forced to drop out of school, are prevented from accessing income-generating opportunities, and ultimately face social exclusion. The impact is even sicker when girls become pregnant and become trapped in a cycle of extreme poverty and has increased vulnerability to exploitation. Thank you.
Gender-based violence and child marriage. Every 7 seconds, one girl under age 15 is married. Child marriage isn't a single right violation. It recasts and exacerbates a cycle of gender discrimination, threatening girls' education, health, and safety around the world. Girls as young as 10 often marry much older men in countries like Afghanistan, Yemen, India, and Somalia. Child marriage is commonly perceived as a protective and preventative measure against gender-based violence, especially in areas engaged in conflict. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is Papama, and they are touching on gender-based violence. Another constant reminder of how we can maybe play a role in creating a country that helps children to thrive. So let's see from the adjudicating panel who will be joining us on screen to pose a question to Team Papama. I see Mr. Mujapelo is getting ready. He will be on our screen shortly. And I see Mbali is also coming on. So let's see which one of the adjudicators. I'll maybe give a green light to Mr. Mujapelo. He seems ready. Good, sir, you can ask your question.
Yes, no, thank you very much. I think my question is just around sustainability, but I want to first congratulate you. I was very impressed with your knowledge of the content, and it shows that you've really thoroughly researched the topic. Thank you very much and well done for that. So how do you, what do you have you done that will ensure that this message that you are delivering does not stop this year because you are now here at this level, that it continues? What did you do to ensure the sustainability of the project?
We are going to make sure that things go as we planned and encourage people to stop gender-based violence and take the message to people.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mujapelo, and thanks to Team Papama for the answer. And it's good to know that they will continue engaging and working with all the relevant stakeholders and their communities. And thank you for the bravery you've shown in delivering this pertinent topic about gender-based violence and making sure that we need kids to be kids and kids to grow up in a healthy and a safe society. Thank you very much. It seems like there isn't any other questions from the adjudicators. So we thank you for your time. Thank you for the presentation, and wishing you all the best as you continue to soldier on to becoming the active citizens that we need in this beautiful country of ours. Thank you so much, Team Papama. All right, there we go. Thanks to Papama right there. We're moving on to the next school now. It is Matubesizwe. Matubesizwe is all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. We will be seeing their video presentation on screen, and we do take note of the time, but we will be covering all the aspects of today's finals. Here's Matubesizwe.
Molo, 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 molo. Molo, 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 molo. Molo, 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 molo. Molo, molo, molo. Sugin bay babele. Ambeya. I greet you all. My name is Anatimova, and we come from Matubesizwe Senior Secondary School. It is situated in the province of KwaZulu-Natal at Ilembe district under the King Ndlovu Circuit. We decided to do the creative project where we talk about celebrating Heritage Day on the 24th of September. South Africans celebrate this day by remembering different types of cultures that make up the population of South Africa. Also, this day also embraces the true meaning of why we call ourselves the Rainbow Nation. The youth of today doesn't know their self-belonging or their self of origin. We chose this topic to make them realize how important it is to know about your cultural history. At school, we celebrated this day on the 23rd of September, where we invited community members to come and celebrate with us. Heritage Day is more than just a celebration. It is also about learning about other diverse cultures because culture is a very important part in our lives. It influences our views, values, worries, and fears. We even learned about the different types of aspects of living heritage, such as traditional dances, arts, and rituals. We chose heritage because it plays an important role in promoting peace, reconciliation, cultural diversity, and social relationships. In every community, there are humans who possess a high degree of knowledge and history pertaining different types of aspects of living heritage. Our aim is to make sure that the youth of today reclaims, restores, and preserves these aspects of living heritage so that we can accelerate them into the youth of addressing challenges that are facing our communities today.
Furthermore, I would like to proceed. Our project was about finding out on how people celebrate their Heritage Day on the 24th of September annually, especially in local rural communities. This project really helped us to know the necessities, historical events, and heritage identity. What we were really hoping to achieve were outstanding ways in which our people celebrate their Heritage Day, but we only found the best that people enjoy. Ingoma, as part of the Zulu culture, as a dance used to celebrate in weddings, cultural customs, and cultural initiation of ancestral initiates. It is further known as Indlamu. Isqathamiya, as part of numerous cultures whereby young men or boys indulge in groups to perform unique sense of style in dance unrelated to those of Ingoma. It is further known as Umbaqanga, and examples may include the Ladies' League, Black Mambazo. Istambu, also known as Sambo, is not just a cultural food, but then it provides food security for both our community and our school. Isu, Itwani, as the layers of a cattle's stomach, whereby it can be transformed into umqapiso, which is boiled rumen. By such an exciting Heritage Day in school, we are really hoping that learners could see that culture is something that is not tangible, that it cannot be measured, but it's something that is an impactful tool in keeping the diversity alive. Hence, heritage is learned, practiced, and perfectionized. We as Africans, heritage is indeed something that makes us who we are. We wanted to join the events, activities that identify the identity of our society and that of our school, as we finally found the meaning of heritage. So as when we say my heritage, my pride, we have full understanding so that we can express ourselves thoroughly. Last but not least, heritage cannot be a possession, for it cannot be domesticated. But one thing for sure, it can be shared to later generations.
I would like to obligate further on the obligations obligated by the previous obligators on the achievements of our school on Heritage Day. Heritage Day had a very big impact on our school. We remembered and acknowledged diverse cultures, and it gave us the opportunity to learn and celebrate our differences. Celebrating our differences helped us unite, and we were educated further about other cultural perspectives. As we were celebrating Heritage Day at our school, we also performed our unique cultural dances, which helped us unite, and it also expanded us in social and cultural interactions. And it also gave us interest in physical activities. All in all, our Heritage Day was a successful, undoubtedly amazing day, and we are proud of our cultures and our whereabouts.
We as members feel further investigated on our heritage, so it is as our national motto declares, diverse people unite, diverse cultures unite, my heritage, my pride.
Ojongele kwaya iyayo kozela njengejoba lenkomo njengejoba lenkomo zalaba ojongele kwaya iyayo kozela njengejoba lenkomo njengejoba lenkomo zalaba ojongele kwaya iyayo kozela njengejoba lenkomo njengejoba lenkomo zalaba.
Thank you very much. That is a presentation from Matube Sizwe talking about Heritage Day and the importance of knowing where you're coming from, because that's only how you can know where you are going. And remind us of our roots and our heritage, our identity, and also taking us through some memorable, and traditional elements. Thank you so much to Team Matube Sizwe. Let's see now Q&A session. Which adjudicator will be coming on screen to pose a question to Team Matube Sizwe? Let's have a look now at our adjudicating team to see who is on standby to come through with a question. I see my new best friend, Mr. Mojapelo. Over to you, sir.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Again, a big well done to the team. Your portfolio was very elaborate as well. So thank you about the different cultures that you blend and the event that you had. So I was very encouraged and inspired by what you did. I think now I'm just interested about your learnings. I think for you, this project is probably very much beneficial to you than the us you are presenting to. So I'm very interested in what did you learn in this project that you didn't know before you studied about other cultures, not yours, but what did you learn about other people's cultures during this project?
I have learned that there are many different types of cultures in South Africa. We do many things in different ways, which means this sometimes causes us not to understand each other's ways. I have learned that understanding other cultures may pave to a new world of peace.
Different cultures are often obligated to us that as there are different cultures, there are different views, expressions, and many more opinions, which means we are portraying the best land for coming generations for forming the rainbow nation that South Africa is.
This project of Heritage Day helped us to interact more with other people and understand each other's perspective into this project helped us interact more with other people and understand other cultural perspectives and their points of view.
I think that covers my first question. Maybe just my last question is around how difficult was it to find information about cultures? I think we can agree that there isn't enough literature out there about cultures and that. So how difficult was it or how easy was it for you to find information about this culture?
At school, our school is a multicultural school. There are many different learners that come from different backgrounds of cultures. So we ask them some questions to get knowledge from them. Also that we also investigated going to some communities who are willing to help us. Also, we also use the internet to see if what they are telling us is also true and also to add information based on what they told us.
The easiest part was that with our opinions that we get and answers that we got from other students was that they were willing to represent their cultures formally to us and that they were proud of what they are in terms of culture. So it was the most easiest thing that we've ever done in finding information about culture in our schools. As we said that our school Matube Sizwe has many cultures, so it was officially the most easiest part finding information.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Mojapelo. Thanks to Team Matube Sizwe. And thank you for reminding us of our heritage, which is very important. Well done, great presentation, and you're looking stunning in those traditional attires over your school uniforms as well. That's a great combination. Very well done. Thank you so much. All right, we're moving on to the next and the last presentation within the intermediate category. This will come from none other than Limit Hill. Limit Hill's presentation will be on screen. We will see their video presentation and then we'll jump into the Q&A. And just to get to know more about Limit Hill, here they are.
Hi, I'm Sandy Linyande.
Hey, I'm Slindo Uteju. And I'm Lerato Lang. We are the 2021 Limited Combined Empower YCAP team. The topic we chose was COVID-19 and we chose it because we found the topic benefiting as the COVID is among us. Although it's been a year and some months since it broke out, but there's still a lack of information or some people aren't educated enough about the virus and have started some myths about the vaccine. So this was a chance to address the void in people's mind.
The project was mainly about addressing uncertainty to the school, making sure the regulations are followed accordingly by the learners and the staff. We hope to get the message through the learners that it's important to follow all the regulations and protocols to cap the spread of the virus and possibly end it. We also wish to clear the uncertainty around the grade 9s regarding their subject choices for the next year, along with their careers they want to do, because the pandemic made them void about this part of their life.
By September, the school's cleaning staff tried their best to make sure there's sanitizer in every class and that it is perfectly working. The prefects made sure that the primary learners always wear their masks during breaks, and they have made it a habit to make sure that they wear their masks and sanitize when they come back from breaks. And I got that report from Mrs. Hilton, who is the HOD of the intermediate phase. Although not everyone, but a large percentage of learners in the senior phase now wear masks during class, and it is a bit better during breaks. We did the career and subject choices meeting with parents. After the meeting, I could say that my classmates now understand more, and I could hear them play with words like ABS, NPTs, and share information regarding this topic during their free time. When I ask around as a friend, they now understand more about the bridge between matric and varsity, so it helped a lot. Parents also understand more about the world of work and know it is not wise to choose for the child, but let the child choose for his or her own career choice he or she wants to pursue. So I could say that this project has made them ready for the corporate world before us. The project helped a lot, and our HOD said he'll make sure pupils do enter the YCAP program in the following years. I thank you.
Very well done. That's Team Limit Hill, and they have shared their topic on COVID-19 and how they can also help prepare for the future. Right, let's see from the adjudicating panel who will be coming on screen, and then we will also have a representative from Limit Hill who is readily on standby, as we know that there is no limit when it comes to them. So they are very much limitless, hence they are projecting into the future already. And without further ado, I'm handing over to my best friend, Mr. Mojapelo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Nkosinathi. I think I see Lerato is ready for the questions there. Congratulations, guys. I think it's a critical topic that we need to continue talking about. So I'm very glad that, especially with schools, I think this was the area we're most worried about when we talk about even going back to school, to say, how do you get young people to even socially distance? But when you see them taking on projects like this, you are very encouraged. So maybe my question is just around, what kind of problems did you have with the learners when you tried to do this initiative? Did you experience any specific challenge specifically from your fellow learners?
Yes, especially in the senior phase, the learners, as they're going through a stage, were very negative when yes, they were very negative to the prefects when they were told what to do, but we spoke to Mr. Mbense and we held an assembly so that every learner can understand what's going on and know that this is an order from the senior executive of the school, and it's not a joke. It's very serious, as it is an ongoing pandemic. So that's what made them realize that this is a serious problem. That's why we need to follow all the regulations that are put by the school.
I think that's it on my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mojapelo, and thank you to Team Limit Hill for the presentation and the feedback. Looking forward to seeing what lies on the horizon. Thank you so much. And this brings us to an end of the intermediate category. And we've learned a lot, and we definitely didn't get intimidated, but we were in the intermediate category. So now we're jumping over to the senior phase. There is a presentation that will come through from Shobiana, and that will be the presentation we will be seeing on our screen. And now we are in the senior phase. Shobiana, there you go.
A wise man once said, and I quote, "Never be afraid to try new things. Remember, amateurs build the ark, but professionals build the Titanic." Close quote. To my adjudicators, fellow YCAP finalists, and all protocols observed, I greet you equally in the name of COVID-19 and youth under YCAP Empowervate Trust. I go by the name of Beyonce Refumozita, a YCAP finalist, grade 11 student at Shobiana Secondary School. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am a proud representative of Shobiana Secondary School, and I am located in the Mpumalanga province. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without any hesitation of precious time, allow me to conquer my AK-47 and shoot straight to the point. But firstly, allow you to buckle up, fasten your seatbelts, as I am going to take you through a journey of wonders and solutions, so you all need to be safe. I sat down and observed my school and community and suggested, why not try something worth life-saving for my YCAP project? And I decided to choose COVID-19 as my topic. The main reason for me to choose this topic was that a lot of cases have emerged from my school since the beginning of the pandemic, and so was I a victim of the virus. And I found it best to curb the virus while it was still at its peak. And so, ladies and gentlemen, not to forget that I did a research project which I was hoping to decrease the spread of the virus in my school and my community. I did posters and suggested that the school puts them up so that everyone coming to the school premises day in and day out knows what to do when in the school premises. I printed a t-shirt for myself as part of the COVID-19 awareness, which had a slogan of better to wear a mask than a ventilator, better to stay at home than in an ICU. And so this t-shirt gave people an impression where they kept on asking me about my motive regarding the t-shirt. I also thought it best to remind everyone in my community about COVID-19 through the radio. I had a radio interview about COVID-19 awareness where I advised everyone about the prevention measures of COVID-19 and also to vaccinate. A week later, I then received a message from the radio station saying that my interviewer wanted me to join him for his live sessions after my exams during the December holidays. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as far as I may say, the YCAP project's outcomes are a success, as my schoolmates are now able to write their exams while applying the COVID-19 precautions and restrictions, such as wearing a mask, applying social distancing, and also staying at home when needed. Ladies and gentlemen, I still advise everyone to mask up and apply social distancing. Mostly, thank you for your time. Keep safe, stay safe this lockdown. I thank you.
Wonderful stuff, wonderful stuff. Thank you so much. That was a presentation from Shobiana in Mpumalanga, and that's our very own Beyonce. We have Beyonce right here in South Africa, and she holds an AK-47, and she will shoot the COVID-19 virus away for us. Thank you so much for the presentation. Let's hear from the adjudicating panel if there is a question, and of course there is a question. And I will give the floor to Mr. Mojapelo to pose the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And well done, Beyonce, on a wonderful project that you've done on a very important topic. And yeah, I saw you got very nice exposure. You went on radio. So I'm glad you managed to also have fun in the process. My question is just around why work alone? Because your project came across as an individual project, but as you know, the biggest things are achieved by teams working together. So if you can just bring us into your confidence, how did you end up working alone on this project?
Thank you for the question. What made me work alone is that through the previous years of my entries in YCAP, I've been entering as a team with other members of the school. So I've been having problems with working with them. There was a lot of conflict and I had to do a lot of work alone, as most of them, they had to be busy with other stuff. So I was almost irritated by doing most of the work alone, and people they did not give much time into the project. So I was almost the only one working with the project. So I decided that this year I'm going to enter alone without no conflict and no disturbances from anyone. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you very much. That's the only question from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mojapelo, and thanks to Beyonce for giving the answers and for the project that she single-handedly tackled and delivered on. As we know, in Beyonce's style, Beyonce left Destiny's Child as a group and she went to pursue her solo career. So only Beyonce can do that. And thank you so much, Beyonce, for sharing that with us. Right, we have come to the end of all the presentations. We have done the junior phase, we've done the intermediate phase, we've done the senior phase, and now it's time to look at last year's winners just to see what they have to say and hear how far have they gone on their journeys. So without further ado, let's go through to see the message or messages from 2020 YCAP national champions, as we want to know how are they moving ahead. So this is one that's coming up on screen now, which is a message from last year's winner, and that is none other than John Rosemary Secondary School, all the way from the Western Cape. And the message is on screen now. And those are the winners, because sometimes we ask ourselves, where are they now? And here is some evidence that shows in terms of where they are and what it is that they are currently working with. So with that, let's have a look in terms of what will be coming up on screen now. If we do have a message on video, or we have a message that is displayed on the screen for us. And with this, I'm going to check in with Amanda just to confirm if we have any video lined up from the 2020 winners. And then we will know to cue them for you guys. But yeah, who can forget last year's winners? I mean, they blew us over, they blew us away. And it's good to know that they are still soldiering on. And the school and the learners are exposed in various project activities. We have King David Victory Park from Gauteng. They are the 2020 intermediate category winners. And there is a message on screen from them as well, talking about the incredible life skills that they were part of. And it's good to know that the journey continues. It doesn't only end at the finals. And the good thing about winning is that it gives you the opportunity to soldier on and carry on doing what you are doing. So Hannah, Juliana, and Greg, thank you so much. And congratulations one more time for all the accomplishments that you have achieved thus far. And it's good to know that you keep the flag flying high in as far as youth active citizenship is concerned. Thank you very much for sharing that. And a message from last year's winner here. We have Constantia Kloof Primary School. I remember these guys very well as well. And yeah, you will see a video from the teacher, YCAP mentor, Miss Fleetwood, and another from a learner, Alexis Kate. So we will be seeing a video from this very school right in the next couple of seconds as we are getting ready to share that with you. That was Constantia Kloof School. These are the 2020 winners. And we have to look back and reflect, and then we move on as we are showing you the video right now.
To the 2021 YCAP finalists, I would just like to wish you very well as you go into the finals of the competition. And just to thank you for your contributions and the difference that you have made through your presentations. I'm sure that you have impacted on a whole lot of people already and will continue to do so as your information is spread to other sources. So good luck and all the very best for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much. It's good to know that they still have their YCAPs on. And the next video, here we go.
I would firstly like to congratulate every single one of you for making it to finals of the Youth Citizens Action Program 2021. By doing what you've done, you have made South Africa a better place for me, for you, for your dog, a better place to live in. Hi, my name is Alexis Antonia, and a group of friends and I got together and made a short film based on gender-based violence, and we ended up being finalists as well as winners for the junior section 2020. I remember every day we sat on a phone call and we were looking for makeup artists, camera crews, making scripts, finding dates, making characters, and then the day we filmed, we just had a blast. We got up at about 6 o'clock. We filmed from about 7 o'clock to about 12, got our makeup done, got interviewed by the camera crew for the end. It was just so much fun. And I hope all of you had just as much fun doing it because you've done something incredible. And you should be extremely proud. I'm extremely proud of you. And I also just want to say, do not be disheartened if you don't win the prizes, because like I said, what you've done is truly amazing and no prize could ever make up for what you've done. You're just awesome. It was awesome. And I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And yes, I wish you all the best of luck. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was a message from Alexis, one of the finalists, and a message from last year's winners. Let's see here. There is a message on screen that you're seeing now. And yeah, as we're moving on, that was Constantia Kloof, and we will be also reflecting in terms of the provinces that participated this year. In order of the most entries received, we have Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and in order of most submissions received, we have Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. So these are the provinces that have also, contributed more in terms of entries and submissions. And without forgetting, we have the likes of Mpumalanga being represented here. We have the Northern Cape. We have the Free State as well being represented. So we encourage other provinces to also, come onto this program as they usually do, so that we can have a diverse of ideas, presentations. But hey, these are the guys that have made it through to the finals for 2021, and we very much appreciate the effort, the dedication, the commitment that they've put into this. And now we will also be reflecting and checking out the Change Agent for Sustainability Award winner. And this will be on screen now, and we will be looking at that message and to also know the person behind this category in terms of the award. This is from Nachen Primary School in Gauteng, and we have Mr. Betwell Malebe to come through and maybe share a few words with us, as these are the Change Agent for Sustainability Award winner 2021. Congratulations to Nachen Primary School in the Gauteng province. And as you see them on screen, this is the dream team, the Nachen Primary School team, as they pose and take a moment to say, hey, this is who we are, and this is what we do. And thanks to EmpowerVate, thanks to YCAP, and all the partners, and also thanks to the Department of Basic Education for making sure that, yeah, this
YCAP
program thrives.
For Nachen Primary School was sustainable environment. Under sustainable environment, we had 3 subtopics, which were littering, water wastage, and sanitation hygiene. The project was led by a team of learners, parents, and teachers for a common goal, which was to promote environmental health and hygiene for the benefit of learners and the community at large. Before the YCAP establishment, the toilets were filthy due to drawings on the walls, vandalized, and blockage. The YCAP team took initiative by raising funds in order to buy paints for the toilets, including permanent posters on the toilet walls, which includes do's and don'ts. Now, learners use toilet papers when using the toilets. We every year invite detail team to educate the learners about health and hygiene. Littering was a huge challenge at Nageng Primary School before the YCAP team took over. We requested the vendors at the school to relocate their stall from the main entrance. We also asked them to reprimand the learners about littering. The YCAP team collaborated with Ekurhuleni municipality to take part in the community cleaning campaign, which the YCAP team coordinates annually by inviting community members and stakeholders from public and private institutions. We coordinated Environment Awareness Week, which entailed community environmental education and cleaning campaign in the school and Vosloorus community. The YCAP team introduced recycling to curb littering in the school, and the money raised is used to permanently paint the school with messages which include "Do not litter," "Preserve," "Conserve," and "Restore the dignity of the environment." There was abandoned landfill which was turned into a dumping area, and the YCAP team transformed it into a garden to benefit the learners who are coming from disadvantaged family background. The garden is part of skills development program, and every year the learners are trained on how to plant and sell vegetables. Water is no longer wasted. The YCAP team educated the groundsmen about conservation. No cup, no water was implemented at the school. Water tanks were installed with soap dispensers. Rainwater is harvested for cleaning, and the school walls are painted with variety of environmental health and hygiene messages. The YCAP team made a request to the school assessment team to integrate the environmental health topics with subjects like life skills, life orientation, and natural sciences as per the curriculum assessment policy statement. Every year, we recruit learners from grade 4 to grade 7 to carry on the YCAP baton. Nageng YCAP alumni are mentoring neighboring schools in the Vosloorus community, and through our dedication, we have attracted more stakeholders who continue to make donations to the school in line with our mission, which is to promote sustainable environment. With the YCAP project, which was initiated the year 2017, myself as the coordinator or the mentor, I participated in the Department of Water and Sanitation National Intervention Project in 2019, and I obtained position 1 with a prize of 50,000 rand. Through YCAP, our school is more beautiful than ever. I thank you.
Thank you. That was Mr. Petrol Malebe from Nageng Primary School, and those are, the change agents, change agent for sustainability award winners that we are celebrating today. Job well done, and it's good to know that Nageng is not only hogging the limelight, but they're also empowering the surrounding communities within Vosloorus and the neighboring school. They are paying it forward, and they are leading the way as well. Congratulations one more time, and thank you for sharing the light and for leading this wonderful, wonderful initiative. well done to Nachem Primary School. All right, and in terms of maybe wondering what it is that they walk away with for this award, the prize is obviously we've seen their video played here at the Nationals. They will also be getting a power bank. They're getting the thermal mug, Boston City Campus and Business College short course bursary. So there is a lot of empowering that is happening in this initiative. And thanks to the partners that have made this possible, thanks to Boston and many more partners that we will be mentioning as we move further down with the program. And thank you one more time and congratulations to the winners. All right, as we're moving on, we are aware of the time, but we are getting closer to the moment of truth. But to get us ready there, let's have one more rendition of the national anthem from Kwaggafontein, which will usher us into the judges or the adjudicators' remarks. And it will also lead us to a moment where we announce many more results and prizes, as we know that we are keeping an eye on the social media hashtags and other various platforms. Here is Kwaggafontein with a national anthem. Yes, thank you to Kwaggafontein for that rendition of the national anthem. And it is a patriotic moment. And this is a moment where we take pride of being South African, and the learners and all the participating schools. Thank you, and well done for making it this far. And now we're going to check into the remarks from our adjudicators, as we know that we are getting nearer to the moment of truth. And we will see now, we will go through the categories. And first and foremost, we just want to also thank all the sponsors for the prizes. We know that the IIA, the Institute of Internal Auditors South Africa, thank you very much for participating and for the sponsorship. Thank you to the team from thank you to Boston City Campus, thank you to the Voice Clinic, and thank you to Artisan Training Foundation, and many other sponsors such as DSV and partners such as the Basic Department of Education, and everyone from the team Empowervate, the schools, and everyone who has made this possible. I know the list is endless, but we do acknowledge every effort put into this. And in terms of the social media competition, the top 3 highest number of engagements on social media throughout this event using some of their hashtags that we have shared earlier on, they will walk away with 1 gig data per person. So we will have 3 winners from this, and they will each receive 1 gig worth of data, and they can be able to post and share their experience and continue to remain on the social media streets and communicate and connect with their loved ones, their peers, and their communities. So Amanda will help me with this one when we announce that. And then an extra prize from the Voice Clinic, the 2 best video presentations will also be announced. So in terms of the social media competition, I'd like to check with Amanda if we do have our 3 winners that will each walk away with 1 gigabytes worth of data. Amanda, anything from your side?
We've still got some more people posting now, so I think we're going to delay it until the end. We'll come back to it. But in the
I
meantime,
love it.
continue with the rest of the program. We're almost done, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Keep those messages coming. Every post will never go unnoticed. As you've heard, we're looking at each and every post so that we allow everyone to stand a chance of walking away with a prize or two, or maybe three. All right, and then the next one, we saw there the next category in terms of the presentation, we have the extra prizes. There's one from the Voice Clinic. This is the two best videos or two best video presentations that the teams will walk away with 4 free consultations each. These will be carried on Zoom or WhatsApp, and this also includes 2 books from these for the winning schools, libraries. Make Yourself Heard is one of the books. How to Talk, Act, and Dress for Success. This is published by Random House, and it also covers absolutely everything about voice, public speaking, and woman empowerment. And the winners here, we have Louis Vale and we have Nihana. Those are the 2 winners for the best video category. Congratulations, you will be getting these amazing prizes, and thanks to the Voice Clinic for making this possible, and also for the journey to continue in as far as voice coaching, public speaking is concerned. You will definitely be empowered through those free consultations sessions. Congratulations one more time, and a virtual hand clap from us to you. All right, and then the next one, in terms of the extra prizes categories, we will be announcing the social media platform, but I know that there is something I think that we will be seeing now in terms of a presentation. We know that there is a book author amongst us that will also be sharing some nuggets in terms of that and profiling one of the books, and then we will be also moving on and getting closer to the moment of truth. And in terms of the IIA, our partners as well for the internal auditing firm, Internal Auditing South Africa, there is first prize, second and third prize for accountability and auditing excellence. The 3 best budgets in their portfolios win 1,000 rands for the first prize, 2,000 rands second prize, and 1,000 rands for the third prize. The winners will also be made available, as we know that Louis Vale and Nihana have walked away with the other extra prize. We will know who are the winners for these extra prizes sponsored by none other than our partners from the IIA. Amanda, we've got plenty of prizes here to give away. Help me give away these prizes. There are too many for me to handle. Help me give them away.
So for the budget prizes, the winners are number 1, Isibuko Sabasha, number 2, Krans Corp, and number 3, Louis Vale. Well done. So that's the team prize, the cash prize for the teams. So well done to you.
Congratulations. One more time. Thank you, Amanda. I mean, hey, accountability and auditing excellence, that's massive. That's massive. And we've seen how they came out strong in those elements. And everyone who has presented today, I take my hat off to you guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Any other additional categories, Amanda, that we want to give away prizes to before we go to the big ones?
These are the big prizes.
Yeah. All right, let's remain on mute as we celebrate. I know winning is, exciting. Congratulations one more time. And we will be done soon, and you will have the rest of the day to celebrate as you enjoy your day of reconciliation. As Amanda will take us through the prizes on the screen so that we know what the finalists will be walking away with as we will be congratulating them. Amanda, please share these exciting prizes with us.
Okay, great. So the finalists, all of the finalists, so every single one of you guys will be receiving certificates, badges, YCAP badges, buffs, and thermal mugs. So these mugs, they keep your tea hot, they keep your hot chocolate hot, even in the coldest of days. And it's something that you can take around with you. It doesn't break. A very cool mug, and it will be brought to you by our couriers next year. So well done to you guys for the finalists. Then for the junior category, there's top 3 for junior and top 3 for intermediate, and only 1 for senior since there's only 1 entrant. So for the third position, there's certificates, Bluetooth speakers, 1,000 Rand for the team to continue their projects, and some books. We'll talk about the books in the next slide. Then second position, certificates, power banks, 2,500 team prize money for the project and books. For the first position, certificates, tablets, artisan training course, phase 1 and 2. That's a very cool program to look at careers, what kind of careers you'd like to get into, especially those who are not looking at going straight to university, but like to look at something else. So that will be one of the prizes, an assessment, and then phase 1 and 2 of the course. And then data and 5,000 Rand for the team prize money for the project, as well as books. Then the best overall category winners, so that's for action, research, and creative. You'll be getting certificates, buffs, books, and power banks. So those are the prizes, and then here are the books. So the books are primed up by Mbuyisela Velekazi, who will tell us a bit more about that now. And then SOAR for high school girls, so only the girls get this book. It's a guide to inspire, empower, and motivate you to imagine life, to live your best life. And then Make Yourself Heard, which is the book that will be going to those schools, the libraries, that's donated by Monique in Harrisburg from the Voice Clinic. So Mbuyi, are you ready to just talk a little bit about your book, make it short and sweet? Because this is one of our YCAP alumnus and YCAP support team member and managers. So we want him to just talk about this book that he's written about your survival guide for starting a new life at a tertiary institution. Mbuyi, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I hope I'm audible.
You are.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. I'm not sure. Should I open my video? Or
Yes,
it's fine.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, no problem. I'm not sure. Okay.
Now you're muted.
Oh, okay. I'm muted now. Okay.
Okay, you're back.
Can I just speak without the video, because it seems like I have issues, so that I can save time. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Amanda, for just giving me the platform to share with everyone what the book is about. Basically, this is a book. It's a comprehensive guide on how to survive as a first year at tertiary. The primary aim, well, is to inform and equip, especially matric learners and those who are still at school, on how to get ready for the new life at varsity that they'll be embarking on. And it provides guidance. You know, one thing that I like about the book is that I've written it in a realistic context of a South African student who may be faced with financial struggles at tertiary, language barrier, and other issues. So that's what is special about the book. And also the last year winners, they also got to get the book. And well, I think that's about it. And you can get the book from me. But if you wish to buy it or buy it for someone, or go to Van Shake bookstores nationwide in Limpopo, in Namibia and Swaziland and in Botswana and other countries within the SADC region at Van Shake, you'll be able to get the book. But other than that, thank you so much. And also you'll find Amanda's forward. She did contribute a lot to this book. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Mbuyi, before you go, can you announce the social media winners, because you have been monitoring that for us today?
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, let me just confirm. On Twitter, it's at the unknown 21. That's the winner. Their name is Vuko Simon. Vukosi Simon. If I'm not mistaken, then forgive me if I mispronounced their name, but it's at the unknown. And on Facebook, it's Jabulile Kumalo. They posted beautiful pictures there on Facebook, wearing their traditional attire, attending, this virtual program. So for those are just the winners in those social media. That's where we got a lot of interaction on Facebook and on Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before you go, is your book available in all Van Shake shops?
Yes. In South Africa, in Botswana, Namibia, and Swaziland, it's available.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mbuyi.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now we're moving on to the final part of our event today. So there are project type winners, so action, research, and creative overall project type winners. And then we've got junior category top 3, intermediate category top 3, and senior category, which could be first, second, or third, because we only have one entrant in that category for the finals. So I will now read out to you who are the winners. Do we have a drum roll? Let's do a drum roll. Make up my own drum roll over here. Okay, so for the okay, so for the project types, we've got the creative winner. Well done to Kwaggafontein. Yay! For the action, well done to Khotso. And for the research, well done to Kranskop. So Kwaggafontein for creative, Khotso for action, and Kranskop for research. Well done. Okay, now we're going to our junior category winners. The third prize, number 3, for the junior category is Louisville from Northern Cape. Number 2, Isibuko Subasha from KZN.
Yay.
Yay. And number 1, Nkliana from Eastern Cape. Then on our intermediate category, we've got number 3, Matube Sizwe from KZN. Number 2, Bopolong from Gauteng. And number 1, Matlesani from Northwest. And then our senior category, we only have a second place winner, and that is Shobiana. Well done to you. And that brings us to the end of our program. Well done to all of you finalists. You're all winners. Your projects have been amazing. So, don't ever feel like you did not, do well today. You did brilliantly. But those are our overall winners, and we will be sending your prizes to you in January when schools start opening again. So you will get them, and hopefully we'll be able to have a prize winning ceremony at some of the schools if COVID allows us. So well done, and I hand you back to Nkosanathi to close us off.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Congratulations once again to all the winners. It's been great. It's been amazing. Thanks to the teachers, thanks to the parents, thanks to all the partners, the Department of Basic Education, DSV, EmpowerVate, IIA, we have Artisan Training Foundation, we have many, many more sponsors, Boston City Campus, all our sponsors, all our partners. Thank you for making this YCAP 2021 finals a possibility, and thank you for also investing in the future of the country by making sure that you empower the youth that is currently doing excellently well in schools. Thanks to the adjudicating panel. I know it's not an easy job being an adjudicator because you have a massive, massive headache, but I know Amanda will be giving you guys painkillers to make sure that that headache is gone. But thank you for the stunning job that you've been doing through the years. And we're hoping to see you guys again in 2022. And thanks to all the previous finalists that have shared their experiences with us. And one more time, to the 2021 winners and the 2021 finalists, this is the beginning of the new chapter, and we're looking forward to hearing and seeing more great stuff that is happening within your programs and your communities. Once again, it's been a great pleasure being with you here, and we're looking forward to 2022 as we will be starting to embark on yet another journey of the YCAP finals, and looking forward to what's exciting in 2022.